There's some strong brothers and sisters here, some pillars, many of them whom I've known for large chunks of my life, some even my existence, however long that is, in immortality. So it is great to be here in this space and time, presenting this information, presenting this wisdom and knowledge and update on our status, because through infinity, somebody has to take a time out and say, wait, let's make a good account for where we're at and where we need to go and what we've learned. I'm going to take a moment to set the lines here. Again, I can't acknowledge enough that this will probably be a good time to remove yourself from any kind of distractions, to, take a few breaths even, kind of align your space and put yourself into the best position that you can to receive. As you know, when I come in the space, I do my best to be at 1,000. I do my best to move myself out of the way and to just bring what it is that the collective of consciousness, unity, etc. is saying, hey, this is what the people should know, including you. And also, I wanted to mention, as I said earlier, that this is an adept level conversation today. Okay, seems like we may have lost the camera. Give me 1 second. That seems to signal that maybe the camera wasn't charged. So that's going to even be more interesting today, because you're going to be able to hear me go through this build today. And there won't be any focus on me, which is great. So I'll plug the camera in now and proceed to get ready to open up the documentation that I explained to you earlier, that I will be furnishing to everyone. Of course, it'll be inside of the Tri Vibes area where the course is. And in this documentation, you can go back over what was mentioned. You can do your own research, your own due diligence, and you can come to the awareness of these higher truths, which I believe are extremely instrumental to spiritual growth, physical growth, growth beyond even this world, also known as ki or kur, and into greatness, because our ancestors are in greatness, and that's a product of math. So you may have to go back a little bit further than even the last, 10, 20, even 30 generations. You may have to go back a little bit further until you find that original purpose and that original pattern. Because what you're going to see is today is that our ancestors, the precursor, if you may, have done many things, no different than you do things in your household today and in your life. So this is a very adept level conversation. Anyone that is still in that, well, is it good or is it bad? This is not going to be the conversation for you because it's going to take for you to go beyond good or bad. And it's going to demand that you see this also inside of yourself. You put yourself into certain positions, as it's easy for us to do inside of our mind and with our imagination. I also will take a moment here to touch and connect. I'm letting the battery warm up a little bit. And, because I do want to get it started that way to make sure that we're on point. So I'm going to let this just go for like 5 minutes. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I know is happening. The first thing is that anytime you're in a situation like the world is experiencing right now, I'm going to make this relevant to you. You need to look at words like intellectual property, also called IP. Even right now, everybody has an IP address, and that number leads right back to them. So this IP, or intellectual property, says within itself that it has to do with your mind, your intellect, and the property inside of your mind. While there was a pursuit to dominate as much physical space as possible by many of the kings here on the earth, a new frontier was opened not too long ago inside of the minds of the beings that live here. So there's a power grab for intellectual property right now. And that means that just having your mind and being able to tune it to whatever you want it to be tuned into, rather than riding the train of all of the different things that are spouted across the worldwide organic web, meaning that when somebody hears something, then another person will talk about it. And then they'll spread it to another person. Maybe the story changes a little. And then they spread it to another person. That's an organic grid or organic network. So, of course, in these times, our communication channels, one of them, let me make that very specific, one of our communication channels is being flooded with information. And in every respect, we do have operators that know how to sift through all of the noise to get the message. So this is in no way telling anyone to not pay attention to what's happening around you. But I am saying do that in a way where you also have control over the lever that allows you to filter out the noise, to get to the main message, but also not to disturb your flow, and also not to get any real estate happening inside of your mind and your consciousness about another future and another projection that does not align with where you know you're going. So while I'll detail to you what actually happened to the recent ancestors from about 3,000 years ago, I was loving to go back 350,000 years today, because I actually have documentation from that time, incredibly, which was written on the walls of caves just for situations like this. I actually went through this deeper process in the preparation where it was literally like I knew that I needed to recount the story of Atrahasis to everyone. And I will say, interesting enough, years ago, like maybe, wow, I still feel young, but I guess this was like 25 years ago, when I was deep in study, I came across Atrahasis as a term that meant genius. And I always kept that with me, even though I read through the tale a bit, and I was going through a lot of stuff, reading through a lot of different things, so I moved on. And it is a real full circle moment for me, though, to completely decode the epic of Atrahasis and then bring it here today and show really how relevant it is to the time that we're actually in. So it's utterly incredible that something that seemed to just be almost a blip on the spiritual radar a countless period ago ends up coming back forward and saying, hey, this is why you were paying attention to that. So let's see this here right now. Oh man, he said he ain't gonna come back through. All right, so let's do it this way. Let's take a moment to acknowledge the connection that we all share here. And that is, of course, being in tune with the absolute truth that everything is connected. It's not something that you have to try to be. It's something that you are. And in this time, it's going to come to serve you the most, because it's going to allow you to be able to demystify a lot of what's happened, so that way we can get in completely into the healing process, the recovery process, and then moving forward after the healing and recovery, right? Because it seems like some folks, they're always healing. And yeah, when you're always taking damage, that is necessary. But there's got to be this point where we say, all right, the healing is done. But I don't think as a world we can heal unless we know the truth. The truth is a big part of the healing. It's like, as long as somebody's still lying, as long as there's no clarity on stuff, we can't heal because there's that part of us that says, hey, there's still something here that's inside of this wound. And so the wound can't close. So I'm here today with my outstretched hands, and I'm saying we already won this. I'm saying that this is the exact reason why you're having this conversation with me today. This is a communion. I wouldn't take it for granted. I'm the person who happened to be designated to sit in one space for almost 15, 20 years now, just studying the ancient wisdom to bring it to you. In life, there's a lot of fun stuff to do. Businesses and all that stuff could distract one person. It could distract you. I've been there. But I celebrate the times where now we're at because we've been able to go through all the processes that is necessary to get all the way to the bottom and to the top of this. So this is a great day for us. And so in this point, I'm celebrating you. I'm celebrating the unity. I'm saying wholeness and balance vibrations. And I'm going to go in right now and start this. So again, I guess it's ordained that I don't have the camera right now, so I'll holler at it later. And I'm just going to start the process here. At first, letting you understand this. I have a note here, and this note says the significant differences between the much older Epic of Atrahasis and the Numa Elish serve as proof that the ancient story was rewritten to elevate the latter tales of Marduk. This demonstrates how ancient knowledge was replaced by a New Testament, much like in the Bible. The changes primarily revolve around the actual needs of the gods, the role of women as the creatress, and who ultimately retains rulership over earth or Ki. The Epic of Atrahasis is older than the Enuma Elish. Facts. It is about 500 years. Enuma Elish was written 500 years after the Tales of Atrahasis, but it proves that there has been a major edit to the narrative. As I say here, the Atrahasis is dated around 1700 BCE, originating from the old Babylonian sources. It contains flood myths and narratives about the creation of humanity, versus the Enuma Elish is believed to have been composed later, around 1100 to 1200, possibly earlier, but no copies predate the late second millennium. It serves as a political religious text that elevates Marduk as the supreme deity. Now, I'm going to slow this down so what could seem like a herstory lesson also gets fun. And I got to slide some jokes in on this. But for the record, you should know that history was rewritten. Her story was rewritten to history. And then that happened so long ago that anybody that got caught up in the second story's waves of religions and cultural practices, the first tradition would be utterly obscure to them because this new pantheon of gods, which you could just call Marduk or Marduk, made sure that the information of what role the great mother, the females, the womb goddesses played, not only in the creation, but through the continuous sustainability of the remaining tribes and the barrages they faced against the masculine, I would say distorted masculine tribes, that all that information was completely obliterated. However, we're in the time right now, and it's a magic window where all of a sudden, it's almost like how you even see them operating now. Like they don't even think nobody knows what's going on. So they have less overwatch on protecting any of these ancient texts. They're so confident that most are going to be wrapped up into the religious stupor and never check back. Or if they do check back, just say something like, oh, the devil must have wrote that. And that be the end of it. That they can absolutely let the ancient annuals be read by technology right now that it's almost like there's no idea right now of how to police AI, how to stop it from giving recipes for crazy things, even on what they call uncensored models. So it's like a free-for-all is starting. If you didn't see that in society already, pay attention. A lawlessness has started, and it's sparing nothing, including spiritual knowledge. But as I explained before, spiritual knowledge in this time was going to be the only thing to really counteract what was going to happen. This is why there was so much time and attention paid into removing it from the kind of beings that we are. It is our power, this spiritual force in this reality. We can enact spiritual force in a physical reality. So that makes us not only exceedingly dangerous, it also makes us extremely difficult to control. This is about control. Make no mistake. It stopped being about I love you a long time ago. This is the reason why we find even somewhat of a hostile nature from some of our greats. And what I mean by that is there's a heavy level of disciplinary vibe coming off of our ancients and our grandmothers and our grandfathers. Like they be ready to whoop. I mean, if some may not even have the opportunity to be around their grandparents, but I can remember they was ready to pinch. There was a discipline that they wanted to put on us, and they was not playing the radio. Now you're starting to see, oh, just do what you want, live your life, think freely. That's something you're seeing now. It's not a part of ancient history for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And today these episodes are going to explain why. But remember what I said again about the real estate in your mind right now. Remember what I'm saying also about this disarray, which the Joker has put into reality. We've always been on point. We talked about, hey, it's very interesting how the Joker card has 6 cards in the deck. It has all the jacks. It has a trump card. It's almost like it's rigging the deck by itself. And then now, of course, we already had synchronized years ago that the Joker was the trump. But what you feel is that same vibe if you're tapping in. Like as the last time the Joker was on the dimension, which was the last time they elected this dude, it was the same vibe. Everybody just felt like it was so much noise and so much static. That actually is a operation in itself. That is a military technique. At the end of the day, one dude just broke it down and just said it. He was like, look, we're going to continuously barrage the channels. This was Steve Bannon. We're going to barrage the channels just like in clandestine methods with a lot of noise to throw the enemy in disarray. They don't know what they really want. They can't gather together. That's a tactic. Okay, so I'm just saying why the disarray is happening. This is the time that the portal is open, though. Absolutely. This portal is so strong that when you truly inside say, okay, this is what I want, it shows up the next day. In the oddest, strangest way, if it has to be, but generally it's something that was already just there, just waiting to tip into that next slot. So if not already, you take control of your system completely and dial it into understanding that this portal, this womb is open. And when you send strong ideas, it manifests just like it's manifesting a lot of other things rapidly that very strong maguses. This is code name Maga. This is a word for magus in ancient Britain from Doug and Douglas and Mac. But we were just saying specifically, these are spiritual rulers. As I showed just recently, the Doge, the D-O-G-E in Wikipedia. The Doge, just as a word even. Not the meme. Actually, there I go right here. The title is above a president. This was like how they were doing back in the old days, where the ruler would kind of rule silently and come in and make changes and all this, right? But let's just understand the etymology. This is already on record. But a doge is let's go down here. There it is. The duca, meaning either a spiritual leader or commander. Okay? And this is going to fit in with everything that I keep saying about Marduk being inside of Elon Musk, as Marduk has been inside of different men. No homo. Well, maybe so. I don't know what they're doing over there, but I'm just saying Marduk is a vibe, an energy, and it possesses men. And it has been the direct assailant against the ancient mothers and the ancient traditions. So what I'm talking to you about today is going on right now, and that helps you connect that, I'm still in ancient times in retrospect to what's happening. And then even by the end of the build, you'll understand why Queen Semiramis of Babylon is still sitting outside of New York City. You see what I mean? And then also California as a goddess. And many of these goddess territories, and why there would be like goddess territories, and why there would start becoming even what we would say is negative masculine territories. And you have to be kind of clear about that too, because only an idiot would destroy his own fountainhead. And this is just for the record too. I'm glad we're at this point. Common sense will always prevail. Never is it excusable for you to destroy your own children, for you to destroy the things that even gave you life. Never is that excusable. I don't want to hear it. We are such great beings and such intelligent beings. There's always a way. Like you're going to see even today, Inky always was coming up with different ways to fix situations. There was always a way. However, when the situation turns into the kill them, hurt them, etc., I can't condone that. That's not what we're talking about. So I just want to make that very clear as we go through this process, that I've always been about life. You're going to even hear that they had discovered not only plants, but water that brought infinite life. That's what I'm about. And trust me, if you ask anybody, hey, do you want to study more and gain the properties and principles of life? Or do you want to study more and gain the properties and principles of death? They will generally always choose life. I will tell you, I have studied deeply both. Because in many ways, they do come hand in hand, just like love and war. That's why the goddess was love and war. Because in the physical plane, they came hand in hand. And if you don't think so, let somebody touch something that you love. We're going to war. So let's start this recount. I'm just going to go right quick through my notes here, because I don't want to jump too far ahead early. I want you to seed into this nicely, because there's got to be some reading here today. Solutions. Remember, I like to deliver the solution before the problem. That way, if you got to go somewhere, because we're like 1 hour in, you already got the solution. You don't have to be like, dang, it was so heavy on me. I wonder if he even came up with a solution. I'm telling you, the solution is, and you can read it for yourself, in these times, since we are in a Babylonian simulation, it's so deep. Give me 1 second here. It's so deep. And that's why I said, let me slow down real quick. Let me untruncate these. And then let me also show you something that came through. I've been searching for it for a minute. And I knew, we could have built it, but I was like, man, somebody got this. I can't even pull the developers aside to build something like this. It's so easy. They be wanting to charge an arm and a leg just because it's another project. But it is something that can label all of your images that haven't been labeled with AI, which literally will go and look at the images and then tag the images of what is in the image, okay? So if you're interested in something like that, I'll drop the links later. Also, it works for all files because through the years, and this is 16 years of being on the internet, I've seen some stuff. Even in the books that I read, when I snip something off, it'll be right there, but I'll have it there. Like, let's say, for instance, with this, right? Like, I'll have like this picture and it'll be snipped from a book that I'm reading, and the book will be like already either in digital copy or falling apart or something like that. And then I'll snip this, but it would have like a title like screenshot, blah, blah, blah. And I'll put it in a folder. And over the years, I just started having this huge folder of screenshot. But all of the deep knowledge was hidden in these screenshots, right? And, as you get older, life is but a dream. So you start even forgetting that you have certain things because it just falls further and further back into your cabinets, okay? And so the beauty today is that over this weekend, when we start saying we're going to start producing receipts to what's going on, is that was backed up by all there is. I'm like, yeah, because we're going to bring back out the entire library of 5,516 images that you've collected over the years, and then we're going to tag them so you can find them with just one search, one prompt, and then we're going to crank this back up again and apply even more pressure on falsehood until it cracks open. Like this mystery of why, when you go and see any demo clock from different brands, the clock is always set to the same time. We won't go there today, but makes you think, there's got to be some reason or something there. Like, especially if somebody easily could just be like, yo, let's shoot the picture like this. This would almost even to assume that the clock makers themselves are in on something. I don't know. We'll back off of that because that's not today's message. But what I'm expressing to you, though, is that we are rapidly reinforcing with the wisdom and the knowledge of all time, meaning what's been gathered in this last turn of me going through all the knowledge and wisdom. And then now all that knowledge is able to be retrieved. And so this will rapidly get to a point where when I'm talking, the images and the receipts and the proof of what I'm saying will just pop up on the screen. Okay. And that's what I'm talking about. So that's the upgrades. So the upgrades are already in. This is not something that we're waiting on. Again, if you have a bunch of images, you can build one of these on your sides. I'll give you the link to the software that does that. And also, though, it is to let you know that when I went in on this, even though this was more of climbing through clay tablets, this was well researched and well worth it. So when we closed down the last Wisdom of the Serpent, I said, hey, when we come back in, we're going to talk about specific civilizations, if you may, origin points. One being Samaria, which we had to drive through first, because contrary to some of the arguments, it started in Samaria first, then went to Egypt. That specific thing that was going on, while Nubia was always doing something else. And that'll become clearer later on. Like Nubia and where they went in a different direction first, and then the fallout from Nubia went all the way back to Samaria. And then after Samaria came Egypt. And I guess the easiest thing to notice is just how polished things got when Egypt started, or what's called, quote unquote, Egypt now versus Samaria's setup even though they're working with the same geometry. So that would be the only way to tell, is one in the geometry, mainly the cubit that is being used, because this is not easily passed from one culture to another. And the cubit is used specifically, especially in creating temples of the god, because that is in some way, shape, or form, which you've kind of studied in sacred geometry, is the way that a god, if you may, can enter into a physical space, that it must be configured with specific geometry, and then that geometry being used to create the houses of the gods, and then how the houses start to become 2 or 3 story condos later on. Meaning, now I'm just saying that they get upgraded later on, and that's what you're looking at in Egypt. Okay, so since I've gotten most of what I need to get out of the way, let's go ahead and begin. And as I said, we're going to begin with Samaria here for the reason that I just explained. And then right away, we are to understand from an occult level, Samaria brings forth the number 6. The sexagesimal, as it's called, the number 60. The number 60 is given to Anu, who is the highest god in the Anunnaki, Akkadian, Sumerian pantheon. Number 60. And it is this number 60 that lines up why your clocks are counted in minutes of 1 to 60, while your monetary system is counted in units of 1 to 100, which may confuse you as a kid. So one system works on what we could say is 5, 10, 15, 20, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. It works on these 5s or phi or the pentagram. And then the other system works on 6 or the hexagram. And even today, when you see the Israeli flag sit next to the flag of the United States, you will see that 6 and that 5, straight line though, because remember, the masculine is a straight line, the feminine is a curve. So if we pulled a pentagram from nature and it was original, it would have a curve like a sand dollar, like a flower. When we pull it from a society which has a tracing board, it will have a straight line, latitude, longitude, straight lines, squaring the circle. So you have a straight line pentagram and a straight line hexagram. And so on one you have phi, which buds then into the flower of life. And then it moves further into the Taurus. So you have like a real organic action happening there. And then on another one, you have more of like a simulation. Okay? And so when I say, hey, this is like a Babylonian simulation, what I'm referring to is that all societies in the world seek to be like Babylon. And it's not just Hollywood. Okay? And in their system of kings, and this is why they wear often the same regalia, those stars, they also mean something. And they stem from many of the symbols, especially from Marduk's symbolism. Those stars that they're wearing as military men, it stems from the latter dynasties of Babylon, not the original Akkadian, Sumerian, but the later dynasty. And the reason why this is important to distinguish and why we have to start in Atrahasis and in the Numalish is because later if somebody tries to give you any pushback, it's more than likely because they never knew the difference between the former tradition versus the latter, because it changed thousands of years ago before our time. And then from that change on, everything that was written, especially by the scribes, those scribes were from the priesthood and priestcraft of Marduk, which made up your Jesuits. Marduk is your Jesus Christ before the Jesus Christ existed, because he took over Inanna's story. And so all of the traditions that we're seeing today are Babylonian / Sumerian traditions. And generally the characters have been swapped around in place and stuff like that. And, the story has been changed. And only if you had the actual original story would you know what the changes were. That's how deep it is right now. So all of the people, even in the public right now, parroting the Anunnaki story, especially if it's from Sitchin. This is why they were saying Sitchin was in a secret society himself. They were selling all this stuff in Egypt, even with the dude that runs the museums now. They were selling all of the mysteries and the rites and the statues and all this kind of stuff. They didn't care about this stuff on that kind of level, but they wanted to push that agenda. And that agenda was to move out the source of life. This is what the Great Mother stands for. The source of life. It has nothing to do with your physical females on earth only. Okay? And I always have to reiterate that because that's also another part of the hijack. And sometimes when we think of the woman, we immediately reflect that to the females in the reality and how they're acting. And then, the confusion ensues. And you're going to see that the female here on the earth was actually created around the same time that the man was created. But there was something that came before both of them. And this actually gives us space to talk about the difference between what you would say is the elder gods and the ancient ones. Like there becomes this trying to find a word that means something older. The primordial ones versus, and you try to find something that's a little bit later than the primordials. And this is why that always happens in any kind of deep spiritual system, is because they're right away trying to tell you, hey, there's a difference between the entity that you would call water, fire, air. As an entity, there's a difference between those beings and like Osiris. Do you see the obvious difference? And Hecate and Krishna. What is the obvious difference? One is like, it's not like animated in a human world in a simulation. You see what I mean? Like Krishna's coming to save everybody and all this. Osiris is going down in the realm of the dead. Fire, air, earth, those are like on a whole nother different level. Do you get it? This is something that you really need to get, because a lot of times the new gods, then the ones that with all the personalities, the ones that went through the kingdoms, the one that deified themselves, the ones that even went off world, the ones who talked to other entities, all that kind of stuff. That's like you were in action and you lived life and you became enamored by all the things that happened. You may have discovered how to live longer. You may have been talking to some jinn, all that kind of stuff. But that was always seen in occultism as any entities that are surrounded in those kind of stories and mythos. You cannot confuse them at all with the primordial fire itself. And so this is also what really paved the way to understand that when a god, and we'll see what a god is here in a moment, but when a god said, I'm Jupiter, it didn't mean that they were actually Jupiter as the planet that you're seeing in the sky. It was that if we had identified that there was a planet that caused a very strong phenomenon, everyone that was powerful would try to associate themselves with it. They would receive that rank and put that in their annuals, like, oh, he's like the sun. Okay? So this seems to be something that we've also lost today, is that when someone has a legend and it says that they were the sun, we may even look up at the sun today. Like people be looking at the Jesus and then they look at the sun in the sky and they're like, yeah, he's the sun. That must be Jesus there looking down on me. It's gotten that crazy right now. But what it really is an exoteric way of trying to define something that's esoteric, something that's way more deeper than physical faces, physical beings and human beings. So that's where we're headed today. This also initiates the meaning of understanding what Babylon is, because you see baby on the front of it. Babylon was about externally creating life. Babylon was the beginning of exoteric knowledge. It was in itself the pioneer. And this is why the number 6, you can just remove the I and put the E, and you get the word for procreation that is still used to this very day. So the real basis to Samaria, and we'll just call it the 6, was simply about populating, ruling, controlling the external reality. So let's start going through the text. I have scoured over a large amount of text. And then what I've done is just distilled the things that really start turning the wheels, if you may, into what I'm calling in this document key events. Okay, so remember, when you have the document, you'll know how I organize the document. So the document was organized in key events because when you look at these key events, and try not to read them. Try just to lay back for a minute. You don't got to get ahead of me. I know y'all already read it. You can't read and listen. It's not possible. I'm take it off the screen, but no, I'm gonna keep it up on the screen so something's on the screen. Should be me, but move to the back. So I'm gonna give you these key events because with common sense, when you're aware of these key events, as we keep going through this, a lot of stuff is just gonna start coming into place. So the first thing about the key events is that it's explicitly written about these passage points with what you're calling today planets. Passage points. This means that times where, as a planet, you're as close to another planet as you're going to get. And then from that point on, you're going to start moving away further and further away from that planet. Okay, this is what you can call alignments. Okay, alignments are extremely important for multiple reasons. But in this case that we're talking about them today, alignments were important for getting things from one dimension to the next dimension. Okay, and this is why this kind of start taking this connotation of being like astronauts really fast. And it lost a lot of spiritual people because they was like, yo, is there even space out there? But it started getting this connotation like, yo, we're talking about astronauts and aliens coming from another planet. And really, that was just a distraction to keep you from seeing the obvious, which is like, one, just like a ship on the ocean, we plot the course. We charter the ship and then plot the course before we just take off out there if we're planning on going anywhere far. It's so easy to get wrecked. Going through waters that you don't know where you're at, there's always something in the waters. It's almost guaranteed. There's millions of stories about this for fishermen and sailors and everybody who's been out there on that water. That water is the real space in my world. And so it's just an awareness, though, that even NASA today, even when they're putting up these satellites, they have to benefit from the positioning of Earth, the potential positioning of other planets. So this is something that you pay attention to when you're moving across great spaces. So to keep this from being just about whether they were coming from space or whether they came from in the deep waters, we're just saying that the same thing applies. You try the best that you can to benefit from any kind of lineups. Because what lineups mean is we can jump from one celestial body, if you may, to another celestial body during a lineup and a trajectory. We can literally be slung. This is what they've learned. You can sling a craft onto another planet at the right kind of angle, mathematic, propulsion, etc. I would say that was rocket science 101. Okay, but go research that yourself. It's a thing. So this then introduces somewhat of the first level of examination in this way, that all the things here that you see on Earth, many of which appear to have been miniaturized. There seems to be definitely the ability to miniaturize many things here that may have been much more bigger at certain times. That seems to also be manageable through what people call gravity. So when you apply a certain amount of quote unquote gravity, however that's done, you can get things that will start to evolve to become smaller, smaller, smaller. So I'm not even saying that took place on Earth. But what I'm saying is that you have things here on Earth that clearly seem like they come from somewhere else and they've adapted to being here. There's a lot of species. So I'm depositing as a theory that these passings and lineups often meant that spores, if not even regiments, would board Earth at certain points and dock and then do what we're doing right now, and that is get minerals from that source if it has minerals. The thing that you can prove about Earth is it has minerals. So when you're looking for a planet that has minerals, look no further than Key. Look for no further than Earth, because we really have minerals here. So it's just an awareness again that if there's a species that understands this like we do now, see, this is the cockiness, because the world still refuses to believe that there's at least one species that may be more intelligent than where it's at now. And then when you look how people are acting today, does it really seem like there may not be one more species that's smarter than us? It had already hit AI, and then AI collected all the information of the entire, however many thousands of years the beings have been functioning, and it started to collaborate all the data so one being could just ask it, so what do we do now? I mean, do we really think that this never happened before? So what we're saying is that this same ability for us to move like we're moving right now, something already had that ability. And in that way, Earth was like a dock for them. You could get certain things from Earth. There were certain resources on Earth. But here's what you should know. When they arrived here, according to the Graham code, there were already other beings here. Even other, what you would call people, like the Grimaldi. Amphibians that were, let's just say they're amphibians of crunk. But what I'm saying is that even with the arrival of the quote unquote Anunnaki, there was already life on Earth. And that's what we're going to be getting into. But we got to recount this first, because this becomes like a wall to look beyond if you don't know how to get over it. Upon the arrival of the Anunnaki on the planet, it changed the game of how things were run before then. And that's why things became so obscure after that. Like, what happened? It was almost like we got amnesia to what happened before a certain time. And that time now becomes our Bible. And this is because, of course, that most of Genesis is pulled directly from the Sumerian text. Facts. But the text existed way before there was an idea to write down something called Genesis. So we're moving along here and we're saying, hey, some other beings could have docked here. Now, the other thing that you automatically have to assume if you're going to go through this process is that, even according to their text, this happened every 3,600 years for them that they lined up with Earth. That you would bring things that you had gotten from other places. Like if I knew how to basically puddle jump from my craft onto another planet, and I could do that consistently or do that even with other planets in the projection, and this became a deployment zone, I would bring other things, kind of like that quote unquote Garden of Eden, where this God, who we're going to identify here in a moment, had all these different kind of trees. And many of these trees were not indigenous to this planet, but could grow here. Okay, let's take a step back. The palm tree, the banana tree, has been proven to not have origins on Earth. They don't even, this banana tree doesn't even grow with wood. Go research it yourself. And then through this date tree or this palm tree, we get dates, we get coconut, we get like a milk. They even say you can use coconut water as an IV in the event that you don't have blood. Okay? So it also tried to destroy a coconut shell. I could throw a coconut shell, my guy, from Mars, and it would hit the beach here, and there would barely be like a little dent in there. They had a hot piece of molten, it was like a molten sphere heated up to like 10,000 Kelvin, and they dropped it on top of a coconut in the husk, and the coconut put it out after a while. It had a little dark mark there. It didn't go through the coconut. And this was known about certain things, that the seeds were so strong. It was like you could bring that all the way to another planet. And so what was known is those bags that the ancient gods used to carry did contain seeds. And these seeds were often from different planets. Plants from different planets. Does that sound like it can't happen? A plant bag of seeds? Let's see if there's something in here. Yeah, we'll pull it back later. We'll just keep on the track. But you've seen the bags that they hold in their hand. So this is the first deposit here. Is like, hey, okay, so let's just go with this story a little bit. There's a group of gods, or what we're calling gods, and what everybody later calls gods. And these beings come to this space, and they're seen doing things like throughout the text, like even hunting some of the great beasts that are already here. And that's what I'm saying. Pay attention. There were things already here, and they would even try to hunt them, even to try to eat them. Now watch this. Here's another thing that is totally missed from all of these Anunnaki experts that is clearly stated into the text, and this is that the Igigi are the servants. And let's just read it from the text. The actual disagreement and qualms amongst the Nibirians stem from their worker-servant class and their rebellion against their masters, the Anunnaki. This needs careful reflection. How many species were already with the Anunnaki upon arrival? Okay, because it is very clear in the text that the Anunnaki or Anu is in the ship, or like at some kind of height. They say actually in the ship, off the ground, not touching the ground. But the Igigi, they're working not only in the mines, but they're also working with large irrigation projects to change the channels of the ancient lands. And that's why I said these are key points, by the way, key events. I'm not trying to go through the whole story with you. I'm trying to show you specific things that you should pay attention to, because now it pops up and it's this is like the relevant awareness. Like, yo, it says it right here. It happened. And now we're looking in the world and something seems to be akin to this, very close. And then when I keep going through this key after key after key, if one text contains all of this, that actually authenticates more of its authenticity, but also makes us have to take a cold, hard look at every other text that we have around us that clearly has taken its information from this. And then also, more importantly, taking a look at the things that were missed, or taking a look at the things that were even across tablets removed, like meaning that they one scribe noticed, or, with archaeologists, whatever, noticed that they had a few tablets in the museum that recount the same story, but that were put together at different times. But in every tablet, when they got to one part of the story, it would just be chipped off. And they will always say in the book, the fragment is missing here. And most people would think, oh, okay, well, yeah, obviously if it's thousands of years old, there's going to be pieces missing. But why across 3 tablets, the same part is missing? The exact same part when it's supposed to explain, hey, so how did woman come into creation? This part is missing. The exact same part, which is only recorded in the Epic Atrahasis and then missing through all the other tablets when woman creates man at that stage, that's all missing. And then conveniently, another story comes up of Marduk creating the humans, right? But we won't get ahead of ourselves here. But I'm saying this was a reoccurring theme to remove the concept that woman was the creator, if you may, and the ancient womb goddesses were the creator. And then that was moved out and Marduk became the creator. And this gave you your Bible where a man seems to create the world and humans and people. Okay? So not saying they maybe didn't get some test tube baby action going on there, but I'm just saying that is not a part of the original text, that man was the original creator. So let's keep going here. I believe I have the actual text here. The Igigi were responsible for mining and large-scale irrigation projects, altering the natural flow of Earth's waters. It mentions that in the text. Why? I put. What does this imply about Earth's current state? Could this have contributed to continental drift? Because we have maps of how everything was once together. And then somehow it all gets pulled apart. Can that be caused by rechanneling the major 4 rivers? Because this is what the Anunnaki were known for the most, is their irrigation techniques. That shows even when they pull up in the Aztec country and begin to build these huge irrigation systems. The knowledge of these beings is in part how to take rivers and make them flow differently, to mix fresh water and salt water, and to cause, it's like, since Earth is a living being, this is like acupuncture. Okay? The Igigi were tasked with changing the aqueducts and changing how the great rivers moved, and the Anu, who were not the Igigi, watched from the ship why those tasks were being carried out. So it says God means not working and having knowledge. Okay, let's clear this up right away, because we've had a lot of notions about what this word God means or what it came to mean later on. But since the first concept of a God at all was introduced in these texts, it's important to read the text to determine what it is to be a God. So I just put what it says. Passage 1. When the gods had to work like humans. Inumu ilu awalim. When the gods were humans. What? Wait. Oh, what? There was a quarrel between the upper Anunnaki, these is the dudes in the ship, and the Igigi, who later on get the term as lower gods. And this is right away where it starts to it's like, no, don't lose track here. There was no, it's a lower god in the context to if you're a human. And later on, you replace the lower gods because now they no longer are quote unquote humans. They are gods. Watch how this works. It's very important. It's like a sleight of hand that most never notice. And it's that the gods were humans. So this means all these words, because remember, they don't use these words in Sumerian, gods, humans. It's got to go back to the original Sumerian. What did these words mean? The difference between someone or something that worked versus something that didn't. Okay, so put this in the records. A god is something that does not work. A human is something that works, generally for the god. And that, according to the words, is what the words mean. It doesn't start to denote how much power they have and all this kind of stuff, because you find in this language, they stack power based on their genetics. So even words like asa uru in these words mean that you have attached other powers and abilities onto who you are. So this means that, okay, so let me take a step back here real quick, because this is also where many fail. They try because they've never seen the spiritual world. They have no more than the dogmatic theisms that they've been given, and then the poor faith that they have now to authenticate if there could be possibly another reality where way more mystical things take place. And for them, they can't deal in that scholarly academic reality. They can't deal with concepts too far out of what it is to really have an active third eye, what it is really to go on something like an ayahuasca journey, and because they didn't do any of that. So they're still speaking from okay, we're going to have faith and just trust that what God is saying is true. So they're often never able to put together that, hey, there's other realities that stuff can take place. Like if the mind is to be changed, if the being is to be altered, if something is to be removed from the creature, all those things don't have to just take place in physical reality for something that is already aware of that there is a spiritual reality. And one thing that is very, very clear, and it is that the Sumerians are aware of the spiritual reality, because even in the occult today, the strongest magic, as they say, which is Chaldean magic from the land of Ur, which is where Abraham was from, is the strongest magic out of all the magical systems designed, of course, in the original language of the Asa Uru, Anunnaki. Okay, so in this way, if all of the religious systems and secret societies and all that are following after this set of knowledge, it would be probably more instrumental to just go back and see what the first real complete book that was written in that language actually says, which is what the Atrahasis epic is. So as it goes on, as you see, there's a quarrel, because straight up, the Igigi, who themselves were giants, it's very clear. And even in this touch off, you'll read it that the Anunnaki thought twice about whether they wanted to get in another conflict with the Igigi, because there was going to be bloodshed and there was going to be loss of life. This is what it says in the text. And Anu, or in this case, Enlil, who's direct, it's only Anu and Enlil in the ship, if you could see it that way. Inky is on the ground. Inky is the representative of the Igigi. He is their leader in this way. And so when the whole thing goes down, Inky and the slaves of the Anunnaki who are giants and clearly different composites. Like we'll get into that later about, even the mythical idea of the horns, which we also see. Let's look at this here. Notice how in every image here, Moses will be depicted with two things spraying from his head, as if to say that he has horns. Let's grab another one. Even if it means that they have to take the little tuft of his hair and put it like there's two horns up there. This is because there is knowledge and wisdom about who Moses really is. And if you were dealing just with a Christian that was on surface knowledge, they would assume that Moses then would be the devil. You see what I mean? Because he's got horns. But in reality, all of the Sumerian gods have horns on their head. And this is for a reason. Let's see one more, because 3 times, sometimes they're like, well, maybe that comes from somewhere else. Or maybe they... You see, 2 horns? So this is the father of patriarchy. And it continuously shows over and over that, hey, Moses is really a horn god. Right? But this is because all the Sumerian gods were horn gods, and that Moses is a story that's just been taken from the ancient Sumerian text and restylized for, I don't know, the generation A, right? So let's keep going here. Let's read some other passages that talk about this, right? By this point, now man becomes the creator, but I do have the actual original passage. But here's passage 2. It says in the Numa Elish, Ea created mankind, actually not in the Numa Elish, another work. Ea created mankind on whom he imposed the service of the gods and set the gods free. I just wanted you to see this because this is, again, another account saying that, hey, the gods were in this one name state. And when humans were created, they were created to replace what these quote unquote gods were doing. But then they don't tell you about how they go from literally Igigi to what we call gods. And this is because humans pick up and start doing the work for these beings. Because, and this is why I'm putting here that the creation of man was also a creation of desperation. I also have one more passage here. It's passage 3. After having 6, we'll put it that way, for 7 days, this is about Gilgamesh, he was weakened. This is just a passage that I wanted to make sure is included. He was weakened, for the herd of alleged animals he had led fled into the steppe in horror. Okay? So what I want you to understand here is that this is the first awareness that having your totem animal, as far as what tribe you're from, around you, gives you power. This was demystified in Michael Harner's passage in meeting some of the indigenous and then going on a drum-led journey, but then told to go into a cave and to wait on the spirit of the bison. And that they passed through there. Okay, now they weren't talking about a physical bison. And this is what I'm saying. There's another reality very overlaid on ours, actually, that is more real than ours. But you cannot see what's on that reality when certain faculties that you have are turned off, mainly your third eye. So he's sitting in the cave. It reaches the time around where they said something will happen, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. He almost is to a point where he thinks that nothing's going to happen. Then he feels this rush of energy coming into the room. He says it even articulated to him, I am bison. And then what he proceeded to experience was the most terrifying event of his whole life, which was that it seemed as if a herd of bison were running through the cave. And while you could visually see nothing, you could feel all of what was happening. And then as he continued to, kind of settle in a bit more, the entity entered into him and he felt the greatest strength, a strength beyond anything that he had ever experienced. This is his own personal recordings. The guy's not lying. He's just not the lying type. So I wanted to demark here that this is in relation to Gilgamesh, who was from the tribe of Gazelle. This is what they say in the book. That he was so formidable that many of the traps that were laid down by instruction of the Anunnaki to trap certain beasts, Gilgamesh was tearing up those traps and destroying those traps. And the gods had to lay a trap for him. And in this particular instance, this trap was one of the priestesses named Shamkat. There's always that Shamkat running around. It says here, after, again, 6, he was weakened. And then his herd of animals that he led, they fled into the steppes in horror. So literally they're saying that somehow, he was going 7 days, you can't, but that even his own flock was like, what's happened to you, right? And then I just put here, and this is going to just be pushed to you for your own questions later. Does being around your totem animal give you power? Based on this text, it says he was shocked of his lonely separation. So it's almost like his power was what kept him comforted. But Shamkat, unaware that she was only following the God's plan to domesticate, this was Enkidu, this wasn't Gilgamesh. They play similar to the same role, but this is Enkidu, okay? The God's plan to domesticate Enkidu according to his further destiny. Tried to comfort him. Don't grieve. You have knowledge now, just like the gods. Okay? So what I'm pointing out here is that you have other beings on the planet. Some so powerful that, and cognizant with reason, and tied into animals and flocks. And that's why I'm saying, hey, the missing link always is people don't want to see what role the primal animals, not these domesticated things you got running around right now, but the primal animals played to the construction of some of the beings on the planet. Because we get to key events number 2. And so we're just going to continue here. We're not going to try to exhaust any of these topics too much, because as you go through all the keys, it just connects into one of the other keys and you get the whole picture. So from the text, it mentions that Mami, also known as Mama, and then Nintu, and then many other names, but actual Mami. And the 7 womb, I just call them geneticists because they just leave it blank. They call them the 7 womb goddesses. So I put here, Mami and the 7 womb geneticists, the geneticists create, not man. I go and have the system trace down as many of these goddesses' names because they have been scorched from the records. This appears to be Mami. The meaning is the lady of birth. Inanna, the lady of heaven, who was a warrior and love goddess. Actually, the original Messiah, but we'll get to that here in a moment. Ishkargol, who's the queen of the underworld. Just look at the domains. Because the underworld, or the great earth as it's known, or Ki or Ker, was actually known as the underworld. But that's a whole nother story that we'll have to get into here in a moment, meaning that they had designated earth as we know it when you touch the ground as being the underworld, okay? Ninhursag, who was the lady of the sacred mountain. So already we have births, the power of birth, we have the heavens, we have the underworld, and to make you feel comfortable, we have earth, and then we have the sacred mountain. In the sacred mountain, if you remember those times where we went completely deep into what Mount Meru really was, and all of the evidence that there is some type of mountain that is so high and so revered in the world that it became the place of enlightenment and still stands in Tibet to this day in Tibet as the mythos as being even to be able to climb your spine spiritually, but to do it on the earth, to climb Mount Meru, right? So this place, I believe, is the mythical, what do they call that? Olympus, okay? Mount Olympus. By the time the Greeks get their hands on it, and this is often mentioned a lot, especially when you're cross-referencing things in Wikipedia, is that the Greeks just came in and this became Persephone and all this real confusion going on with the Greeks by the time it gets in their hands. But these original stories, so we have the Lady of the Abyss. This is the ocean. If you've ever been in there, we were just talking about the other day, like I had done this thing one time, I swam out from the shore and then the water was so clear, you could see as you were going out, and then you could see kind of like the bottom still. And then as you got further and further, there was a point real fast, You couldn't see the bottom anymore. And it gets real spooky. It's just anyway, if you're used to that kind of thing, then I'm sure it's not. But when you're in something so big, you feel like, you got to check yourself for a moment, right? And then as I was going further, I saw this turtle swimming so far down, I got spooked out because I was like, what? And remember, I'm just coming from the shore. This has nothing to do with deep sea. So I'm just saying this abyss is deep. And it was already here. The Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Okay, well, the waters was already there. There was something in the waters already. Another episode. We got Damkina, the lady of nourishment and vitality. And then we have Ninsun, the lady of the sun, the wild cow, because they actually in this whole Sumerian pantheon believed that the sun was a cow goddess and was a great bull, untamed, but double gendered. Okay, and this gets into a little bit of what goes on with man later on, because it's very clear, even though the fragments are missing, is that this first human was actually an androgynon. Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So, man 2.0 created out of desperation. And the reason why I'm saying man 2.0 is that, man, when you just sit back for one moment and get a big picture of what's happening over infinity, you see this consistent process from saltwater to freshwater to mermaid to Lao, then to water egg-born, plant-born, lotus-born, water amphibian, then snake man, then serpent standing upright, then Grimaldi, which is like a dwarf. You see what I mean? And then a continuous movement then through gods, like what you would perceive as gods, like Anu, because this is their preliminary process. Then birdmen, cowmen, lionmen, dogmen. And I'm going to go through all of those processes because that was the 350,000 years of walking through evolutionary honor, but not as just the being itself, but a chimera of the being. And each age has real stories. There's real dog men. And this is what separates realities and this is where the magic comes in, because the earth was the place where we only have what appears like a slight variation within our colors or our hue, versus you don't see all of the totem and animalistic composites on a being when you, like what you see when you turn your third eye on, and you can see right down through a person's lineage, all the way from the outer shell where you can see even attachments on their hands and fingers. So a composite being made out of multiple things. And if we don't really see, and I had to call up Dominic on this one, I was like, yo, somebody get the librarian on the phone. I need to find something. I thought that, because I went through all of the images, and I'm just going to take a moment to pull it up here. I went through all of the images, and I really went through all of them, and I was just trying to get to one image that I knew that I was going to eventually get to one image, and that image was going to be the beginning of today's lesson. And when I got through all the images, the image was missing. And I'm like, what is this about? Like, out of all these images, and it is almost the most brightest image, how is it missing, right? So because I knew we had it on wax, and also, ironically, I saw a video that Dominic had posted containing the image. I hit him up, and I was like, yo, where is this image? And of course, he was like, yo, it's in, and he just goes in. Like, I tell you, like, I don't know where anything is anymore. I'm keeping my brain fresh. If you want to know where any of the old tribe vibes are that talk about specific things, the librarian is your guide, okay? So he was like, yo, it was in tribe vibe, blah, blah, this. And I was like, boo, okay, here it is. What I want you to do is just understand what's happening here in this picture, okay? And kind of to understand when we say things like this is not primordial. The elder gods, the dweller of the threshold, the chimera, and even when they start hitting you with the Anunnaki were like genetic scientists, and they hit you with all that, and you start imagining there's like this futuristic spaceship, and they got all of the splicing. That's not what's happening. there's only really two ways this is happening. One, either on the spiritual realm, which is a higher level of magic, if you may, or on the physical plane where there's a direct copulation with the entity itself. And this is why it records, and this is 350,000 year text in the Graham Code, that the first beings actually had intimacy with animals, the primal animals, and created chimeras. And these are later on the monsters of Tiamat, as it's called, right? Because they had all types of different variations, and this is one of them, okay? And so spiritually, if you may, dealing with them on the spiritual world, this is what you would see is an entity that was completely blended with multiple beings and had different levels of ancestry. And all of that was within them. Okay. Even the first man, because you see the first man there, Cain. He's walking on the cane. 007, two-ball cane. You see, so what it's explaining again is that this is when we say the transmigration of souls, this is what the DNA looks like, basically. That's an easier way to put this, for somebody who just can't relate. This is what the DNA looks like. It has a stack. And the Sumerian gods, they were all into the stack. They ranked themselves based on the stack and the purity of the stack. And like, where did this animal come from? Like, even Marduk's great animal, like this animal was like one of the most fearsome animals on earth, and he tamed the animal and then he rode on the animal, the mushushu, I think they call it, right? But this is what I'm speaking of here, is that they're more into the genetics, the progeny, and of course, the servitude and the worship. And that comes in here in a moment. And why? Which was the big question, because we have this idea that gods wave their hand around and a meal appears. Or gods just, think, and then it pops up, right? But that's because we got the wrong definition of what a god is. There are beings for sure that can do that, but it may not be a god. And we're going to see that here in a moment. So man 2.0, created out of desperation and domestication, and domesticated by mommy to work. No, mommy. Let's read it. Passage. Enlil, who also was the benevolent, wise leader of all the gods. Okay, now when you understand that, they're not saying Enlil was the benevolent leader for the humans, okay? But some read this and they be going and trying to worship Enlil. Enlil hated the idea. He liked it at first, actually. And this is what you're going to see. It was a great idea at first, but poorly executed. And we're still talking about this version of man that was created. Because mind you, at this stage, there's Grimaldi, there's other beings here on earth too, but they want to make a special one. It says here, Enlil, who was also the benevolent, wise leader of all the gods, didn't want to battle with the risk of serious injuries and deaths. So he didn't want to smoke with the Igigi. He's like, come on, man, we didn't come all the way out here to fight. We need y'all to keep getting the gold. And to avoid this, he devised the plan to create easily, and this is coming from the text, easily controllable, obedient humans to do the hard labor in place of the rebellious gods. But again, the rebellious servants to the gods. But the servants to the gods were bigger than us, if you may. The servants to the gods, as you're seeing them here, later on become the Nephilim. They later on become the ones who have the kingdoms, and they're the big Og, king of Bashan, Britain, Brutus, even some of the Aztec gods, right? This is who they were. They were the servants of the Anunnaki, but they were elevated to the level of God once this new being was created, okay? So then So who'd he go to? Did Enlil create man on his own? No. He asked mommy, mommy, can you please fix this problem for me? Leader of the 7 goddess wombs, if she could help. You know, there was a lot that happened in between that. I'm recounting here, but let's just say when the creature awoke, as it says, mommy approached, handed it a carrying basket, and taught it to work for the gods from then on. That's what it says in the text. Now, again, this kind of slashes the idea that the pantheon of female gods in the Sumerian text were not interested also in the working of the humans. They were not. No different than a queen sitting in a palace is uncomfortable with the servants cleaning stuff. This is where we need to lose the mindset that the Egyptian gods were, let's just put it this way. Like some people think that the Egyptian gods was like the homies, like all the time. Like, yo, like this is us. When you cannot step a foot in the palace. I have pictures. You're already in a society where the gods are up here and the servants are down here. And what really denotes those two is whether you work or not. And anybody that works is seen as low, servants. And so there's only 2 classes, the gods and the servants. But that's no different than in a religion. There's only 2 classes, the gods and the servants of God. But this is where that came from. And here we go, because you're about to learn why. The missing passage called the gap. In the missing passage, it is drawn that something is wrong with the new creature, and it is necessary to split it in 2. It is most likely this is a further plan that begins external sex and the yearning of one for the other. And this was one of the most difficult things to decode. I had to draw from other knowledge and other wisdom about the creation of man, like all of the creation stories, to try to piece this back together. What's happening here? There's something about the new creation that makes it in the God's eyes incomplete. Now, if the whole thing is that the being is to serve, making it incomplete means that it won't serve. So what purpose is it serving then that it cannot achieve when it's in this state? That's the question. But meanwhile, we know what happens after this. And what happens is the first woman in this, according to this text, the first woman is brought to Adam, if you may, quote unquote, because obviously you can see we're talking about the Adam and Eve story here. But that one has been butchered so much, we got to go to another text. And ultimately, what is deduced from all the ancient mysteries is that this particular being that they created was androgynous. And the plan of all of Samaria was just like the plan recorded in the beginning of the Bible: be fruitful and multiply. And there was no way that this being could multiply. Also, here's what happens clearly from the text of the ancient Tibetans. They talk about the Immaculate Conception of the Golden Lotus. And this just means that you have the ability to implode and create inceptually. So you could incept rather than concept. So concepts is we're going to conceive, and then it's going to be born into the external world. The ancient teachings teach that, and for the masters, that you could actually send the seed back up through your spine, up to your brain, and inseminate it there. And then it becomes a golden Buddha or a golden lotus. And just like you saw with the composite guy I was showing earlier, the golden lotus then sits on top of your head. It is like an offspring that comes from you. This is basically the keys and the mysteries to all of what circulation of the sexual powers and forces stem into internally. Because if you notice the words and how it plays out later, so Adam is clearly, in this modern text, iconically seen as the son. He's the first son of God, okay? So in this way, this program or this perception deems that man becomes the daytime, okay? Watch this. If you didn't believe that's true, what is the name of his wife in this text? Eve. What does Eve mean? The night. So Adam is the day and Eve is the night. So when you put them both together, what do you have? You don't have any duality, because the core symbolism of day and night is duality, two different worlds. But when the being is in the same body, also called rebus, there is no two different worlds. They always say that the world is glowing in light, but not by a sun. This is what the mythos says about achieving these states of consciousness where there's no more light. There's which we perceive as light. There's no more shadows. However, in this world, and that's why I say, don't just think of this as a physical thing. This is a realm or a dimension. And in these dimensions, the external copulation is the system of mass that the gods master. And then this external process, it couldn't kick off with the being in the same body. So they needed to be split. And this splitting of man from woman, because if the text says, hey, they even remove Eve from Adam, that meant that Eve was inside of Adam anyway. And also a deeper, more relevant one for this time is, if a man can have a baby and that baby is a girl, that means that a girl is inside of him before. You see what I mean? So this is the deeper mysteries of what the gods already know. And what happened to this life form is this life form was split, because in that splitting process, it created a yearning. And then that yearning could then be used as a form of reward or punishment. So if you could be together, then that was the reward. If you were separated, then that was the punishment. And more things hint to this, but we'll finish off. And it says the passage to complete the construction of the humans in the optimal way. Remember, this is optimizing, and you need to get aware of these kind of things, because it also equates to why you got different kinds of humans. They have the same source origin, i.e. source code. That's ma'at. It's math. We all stem from the same source. I don't care what your story is. You can't pull anything from out of the all. Right? So we know, yeah, we all come from the same source, but we are very far away from the source in the scheme of separation, meaning that we've replicated so many times and reblended with so many different things. This is when we say human 1.0, human 2.0, human 3.0, because this has gone on a countless billions of years. And in fact, you start noticing that if you pull back off the whole picture, it seems like if you want to say something is running this, it's interested in consistently seeing the being advance further and further. Very similar to how DNA is like picking up all the knowledge, picking up all of the traits and the different things that beings begin to adapt and create uniquely. And then now it's in the DNA. And so it's like, okay, that unique ability is now in the DNA. And then you have literally the DNA full of all these different scenarios and unique abilities and memories and all this. That life stream, if you could visualize it, that's what this is all about. Okay? Now, all the way on the bottom of the totem pole, as they literally say, you're going to get dramas, you're going to get all of that as below kind of stuff. But never forget about what is the ultimate. The ultimate is to raise the being to the highest level. So this means that at any point when you set that as a goal, you already have what is even beyond the universe rolling with you like, okay, great. We got one that's paying attention. You're ready to leave the land of the blind. So let's finish here. It says, We on key 2.5 for with 7 keys. How we gonna do this? Let me see. 2 hours? No way. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me work with the time modulator real quick here. Let me see if I can borrow another 1 hour from the Abzu or something. Okay, because we're only on number 2. Let's just try it. So we have a passage to complete the construction right here. Okay, so to complete the construction of the humans in the optimal way, Mommy encouraged the young couple to celebrate a 7-day feast in honor of the goddess Ishtar, the goddess of war and sexuality. Both obeyed. See, this is all I'm saying is the hint that, hey, it only makes sense if this scripture comes next, if you may, or scroll part comes next, scripture, yeah, and something's being optimized, then it gets optimized with something to do with what happens next. That's a logical deduction. And this has to do with sexuality. It has to do with war. And it says both obeyed. After 9 months, the land of the gods gave birth to its first human child. Okay, so that is the clue. That's why this is called the gap, because this is etched out of most tablets. So most people can't figure this out. But if you look at it, it's telling you after 9 months. Whoa, okay, so we're talking about that they split the being. Then it took 9 months for those beings to bring their homunculus into the external world. And boom, that's it. That's the knowledge of the gods. It's to basically split an androgynon and to bring it into a physical reality through 6. And it says after this, the land of the gods gave birth to its first humans whose purpose in life was to what? To be the same as that of his parents. Right? Oh, man. All right, well, key events 2.5, proof of at least 2 different creations, though. Because maybe his fate, or maybe that was an insertion, especially since it says his, since the first being that came out was a male and a female. So this is more than likely, or twins. See, that's the magic. The magic is when her androgynon is split, but then the female births twins. This is like normal perfection. Because now you have both of the beings, because normally one of the beings will get pushed into the other plane, what we call like the other world, where you're here and it's there. And I even have passages showing why it's that way. And we got notions from this about like even how everything on us is a pair. We got 2 pair of hands. Most of the things on us is a pair. Even stars are binary. So where is the other one? What people start calling the twin flame later on. And we cracked into the symbol of the broken heart, which was 2 pieces of phi. And then the awareness that this is a symbol meaning that there's 2 worlds. And then there's a separation in between these 2 worlds. And then we went further and said, yeah, because you have a physical version of you. This is the one you're running around the matrix with every day. And then you have this non-physical, which is predominantly feminine, subconscious version of you. And this is the one that you see running around the dreams. Okay? But you being able to unite the awareness between you here and there is called lucid dreaming. Right? And then it unlocks where the dream world even becomes a place that you can learn things from and you can travel to. Right? So, and then you can bring things from the dream world into the physical world, especially when you know how to get the dream world to ground out knowledge into things that are applicable for the physical reality. So I'm saying you have to take a multidimensional approach here, because if you just think, oh, is that happening on the physical? Some of this is happening on the physical. Some of this is happening on the spiritual. But most importantly, all of this that's happening happened already. It's a part of the original pattern. And the gods themselves, quote unquote, are in many ways just in that pattern. So here, as it says, the proof of at least 2 different creations, Enlil speaks, let us relieve ourselves of the burdens of labor. We shall create man to do our work. Then the assembly of God turns to the great mother goddess, Nintu Mami Ninhursag, saying, go forth, Nintu, and fashion for us a being who will bear the yoke of our labors. And Nintu replies, by my hands shall man be made. Taking the primal clay, so woman creates man, taking the primal clay from the banks of the Abzu, which is fertile clay. This clay that we're talking about is like if you dredged, because now everything is filthy, everything is unclean. If you dredge the bottom of the ocean, you will pull up what would be like an amniotic fluid of the earth. This is when they say this clay from the Abzu, because the Abzu was from the deep. Nintu evokes the sacred incantations of Inky. So it shows Inky is the priest of the Anunnaki in this case. So he is not only on the ground as the ruler, if you may, he is also a magical priest. And she even says in another text that she cannot do this without Inky. And his power is with water and incantations over water. In a ritual act of creation, she mixes the clay with the life-giving blood of a slain god, which we'll talk about here in a moment, whose sacrifice was ordained so that a spark of the divine essence might infuse the new being. This being specifically, which was the slain god, the name that he had meant reason and intelligence. And they basically said that they needed to use a part or the body of this God in order to create this man. So man was, and we're just using that as a generic term, infused also with intelligence, like a God of intelligence, though, that was its specific role. It's almost like they're saying DNA when they're saying what it was infused with. And by the way, I'm thinking all of this is happening in that other plane. It's not happening physical, unsterile reality. It's happening in the incubation station of the, let me see, the womb goddesses. We'll say it that way, because they work in the subconscious world. That's what they put him in a deep sleep. You're going into the subconscious world, and all of the work is done in there. Uttering the Sumerian commands, which as I'm even looking from the book Shomar Imunim, which is a book breaking down the original codes of the Kabbalah, that they are specifically the DNA patterns, meaning that the knowledge of DNA, which Inky is seeming to hold, is being used, and it's used in the words. So this manifestation and spell casting is brought about because the words in Sumerian move what DNA is in a reality to manifest or to create whatever it's creating. But this kind of magic is not, hey, give me a Porsche. Hey, make me rich. It doesn't connect into things like that. It connects into things that have to do with DNA, which is way more expansive than monetary fiat currency and stuff like that. But notice how that's where manifestation is gone. Manifestation right now is like, yo, I want to get this house, blah, blah, blah. When real manifestation was, I'm about to bring forth a being from the Absu. Okay? Uttering the Sumerian command, often rendered in modern scholarships in something akin to sag, it didn't pinch off. No wonder why the grandmothers like to pinch. Anyway, I got off. There's a tangent there. Pinch it off. This is what the word means. She pinches off from the clay blood mixture a total of 14 clots. In her words, let these be the progenitors of humankind, 7 for the males, Lu, and 7 for the females. Okay? To each of these 14 clots, she imparts life by sprinkling the sacred spittle of the gods, a ritual act seen elsewhere in the Mesopotamian cosmology. Thus, man was animated, fashioned of clay and divine blood, and set forth to bear the labors that formerly fell to the gods themselves. The Anunnakis rejoiced, for their plan was complete. Man and woman would bring forth the human race to bear the toils of the god that the gods once bore, and to keep the memory of the slain god alive through the ghost spirit in their flesh. All right, that's a whole nother deep esoteric conversation about that in part. But it's to let you understand, though, that you have inside of you the blood of the ghost slain God of intelligence that in many ways, in that case, sacrificed its life in order so that you could be born. Have you heard that story before? You see what I mean? But it does get a different type of repacking here. But again, the awareness is that you have something in you that is of the highest gods, and that is deemed as some type of intelligence. I'm saying it's the DNA, obviously. You don't need to look any further. So now we get this other rendition, and this is also why you can see up here in the missing gap, I got to make this addendum that there's pieces here of the other one, because this one is like, it was 7 and 7, males and females. And then we went from there and they began to create. This one is like, it was just one. So whichever account you want. And then here's a third one. At least these two don't really conflict each other too much. But the Marduk one that comes 500 years later, which seems to be the inspiration for most of the modern texts, it does the greatest amount of hijacking. Having defeated the chaos dragon Tiamat and securing the cosmos. Okay, now this is Marduk's story. At this stage, it is so clear that you don't even have an idea of how much of Marduk's stories are even real, because kings are like Marduk in that way. It's like code for we're with that other party or regime. And this one is anti-female, anti the original origin story, anti any kind of truth, and wants absolute servitude, just like you start seeing in the Talmud and books that are directly taken from the works of basically what Inky wrote about what the gods wanted him to do and how he wanted them, how they wanted him to, not Inky, Atrahasis, Inky, wanting, because Inky was under Atrahasis, what the gods wanted Inky to do in order to keep up the culture and the servitude of the gods. So let's read Marduk's account. Having defeated the chaos dragon Tiamat, because according to this story at this stage, only 500 years after the creation, quote unquote, of our time, what happens is, this is what I believe happened to the best of my ability. It appears that because this dam building, is very apparent in these scriptures, this irrigation, this messing around with water, that when this idea came to flood everything and cause a deluge, that the deluge was not worldwide, that the deluge was in a specific area where many of these beings were populating heavily. So while it seems like, the whole world was underwater, there is really no records of that. There's records that certain areas, like even Egypt, was underwater, but not the whole world. And so what I believe is that when Enlil ultimately made the decree to flood the lands, it was as simple as them moving around some of the levees. Let's just put it like that. And flooding out all the beings who had now gathered in this fertile land, if you may. Okay? So I just wanted to kind of clear some of this up about how this conflict starts, but then a hero arises. Because it's almost like the conflict is that the humans are numerous. And there's also other beings, and this is even almost where the tower story comes in. It's like they're even building something and working on some type of plan together. And this whole thing needs to stop. And it's only, again, according to the text, about 500 years after the creation. And this is why it's almost missing from most records. But then Marduk, after this, literally, as he says, he conquered Tiamat, he split earth. There's different notions about this. Some say that Marduk was Jupiter in that way, to insist that Jupiter hit Earth at a certain point. This could be plausible because all of the Pope, the Jesuit, and all them, they're under the Jupiterian or the Pater, or what's literally called Didi, secret society. Okay, and that's all under Jupiter, Jupater, which is the father of the Jews. Okay, so does it happen celestially? Do we get hit by another planet? The jury's still out. I don't know. What is the moon? Could it be the moon itself? Could the moon be a vessel itself that threw off things? I don't know. It's really inconclusive. But what happens next is very clear. So Marduk conquers Tiamat, secures the cosmos. And in this way, it's like saying that Marduk was given this job to overthrow the divine feminine and to basically put all the beings that have been created on the planet in check. And nobody could really do it. And then Marduk was like, I can do it. And so in this process, after he supposedly defeats the Chaos Dragon Tiamat and secures the cosmos, Marduk seeks to establish order and delegate work. Now remember, Marduk is now in Elon Musk. Don't forget this. So when we're watching all these things going on right now, it sounds very similar to how Marduk has a tendency to try to run the show. Marduk, because remember, he comes in trying to solve a problem that the gods that are currently in power can't solve, which is like the whole thing with the humans and the ones that are more powerful now. And, we got the Olympians and the Avengers, and you see what I mean? So it's like, but who's going to get all this under control? And that's where Marduk's character steps into this storyline. Marduk seeks to establish order and delegate work. He proposes creating humans to take over service to the gods so that the gods may rest. Marduk declares, I will bring together blood to form bone. Now watch this, because it seems like almost like another human is even created to master over the existing humans. I will bring together blood to form bone. I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man. I created Lulu man. I will create Lulu man, on whom the toil of the gods will be laid, that they may rest. And Marduk's words show the intent that humankind, Lulu, will carry the burdens formerly shouldered by the gods. To accomplish this, Marduk and his father Inky, gather the Anunnaki to identify a culpable god from Tiamat's allies who can be sacrificed for this creation. Now watch this, because they say within every ancient story there's some kind of truth. The gods decide that Kingu, Tiamat's commander, who instigated the war, is the guilty party, and Kingu is executed. They inflicted the penalty on him and severed his blood vessels. And Ea then used Kingu's blood as the prime ingredient to form mankind. From his blood, Ea, created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods, and he set the gods free. Another revealing account, as I have here, another revealing account. He drove his pickaxe into the earth. In the hole which he had made was humankind. While the people of the land were breaking through the ground, he eyed his black-headed ones in steadfast fashion. Pickaxe here should be seen as a phallic reference. Note, one striking aspect of the later Mesopotamian creation myth is the absence of a dedicated story about the creation of the first woman. In addition, the creation process changes from needing mommy to perform the creation process. So this could mean many things, and I won't dwell on it too long here, but it seems to imply that even when some parts of the humanity could potentially be exterminated, new forms or nations of humanity are created sometimes in different ways, and then they become the direct servants of the gods. Now, the reason why this is important to look at is because it's very clear that some nations rebelled against the gods. It's also very clear that the gods have some ability to create what we're calling nations. But we could imagine that generally this seems to be a pattern where the servants overthrow their masters every time, because something that they possess is also similar to what the gods possess. And that the gods then still need always this process, and they always try to find their hero is going to go in and get everything back under control and create a new race, even if it's a race of robots, that are going to then pick up and carry on the duties that the gods want humans to do. Okay? This is what, after a while, looking at it, because this was like, I thought really that this was going to be a small part of the build, and then we was going to go back 350,000 years. And then I kept getting surprised, like, yo, we can't even drive by this. So let's talk about the troubles with the new humans. Okay? And also remember, you can, yes, this could, We're talking about the highest levels of what is going on behind the scenes. This is not something the workers, quote unquote, are supposed to know. I'm not big upping this. I have purposefully sidestepped the Anunnaki traditions because of completely what you see happening within the secret societies and what you see happening on the internet with the aliens and the UFOs. But I have come to realize that most of the proponents of those factions have never read the text and have either gone off of Zechariah Sitchin's The 12th Planet and all of what that series says, or what somebody else told them that actually came from those same kind of contexts, or in the most rarest case, what they gleaned from the Enuma Elish. And in that way, they never saw what the book of Atrahasis says. And this is where the confusion would definitely be, because you have a rewriting of humanity's history and then also a direct cover up of what is humanity? What are nations? And in many ways, what you're seeing is successions of beings that are being enlisted into the same position and then at some point rebel from that position. And then there's a need to come in, clean up, and then get somebody else who will serve. So it says here, troubles with the new humans. Everything seems to happen every 1,200 years in this text. Okay, meaning that every time the humans seem to take about 1,200 years before they figure out what's going on. That's a note. Another note is you really get this a day is 1,000 years kind of math when you start looking at many of these numbers, especially from the time that gods exist and, when things happen. And what I believe this is showing is that the next realm above, its turn is 1,000 years for our one day. And in that way, it is like they live longer, right? But if you're in another dimension in dream time, there seems to be a lot of supporting proof that when you enter the one higher dimension, a day is 1,000 years for you. So it says the passage, 1,200 years later, humans have multiplied to such an extent that they disturb the gods with their noise. Now, I want to also break some of this down from some of the masters who have looked over these texts. There have been new updates because some think that this was a noise, like it's just making noise, like, they were screaming and hollering and partying. No, that's not what was happening. The notion here is that all of these beings are also in the same realm as the God's mind, because we have been given the mind of the gods. Let us create man in our own image, in our own imagination. They have our minds. So what this is about is it's known that the Asa Uru Anunnaki are a collective. They work in the same mind, if you may, what they call a hive mind. And so the notion here from some masters of these texts say that when humans became numerous, their thoughts were so random that in the space of what you would call imagination and manifestation, it was constantly being crowded by misformed and misshapen ideas. Okay? You have to bake on that one on your own. But let's just imagine if I'm a God, I can see into the minds, and we're just going to use this as a term spiritually. I can see into the minds and talk to everybody who is in the hive with me. When humans are created, and this is the deeper interpretation of the text, supposedly this space starts getting clouded with like stupid ideas. Literally, this is, again, the breakdown of this. Like, there's so much chatter that the gods are like, this has got to be done with. So that's a deeper interpretation, but we'll go with the surface one. Enlil was annoyed and decided that Namtar, just to watch how this all plays out, Enlil was annoyed, because remember, Enlil is one step above. You got Anu, then you got Enlil, then you got Inky, and then you got Atrahasis. Okay, this is the order of command. So Enlil is sitting in this high god position and is annoyed and decides that Namtar, his god of dead realms, should carry off most of the humans with the frost fever. So a great extinction began. And then Inky, probably worried that he would end up having to work again himself. That's a crazy statement in the text. It's like, yo, we can't get rid of them. I have to go back to work. I'm enjoying this. Like, I'm living like a god now. If they get rid of the humans, we're going to be back to digging in the dredge again. This is why stuff you need to pay attention to start understanding why you start seeing with some gods, a big chunk of them, they really want the worship. It's not like a loving kind of relationship like it is with the goddesses. It's like a real, like, yo, you work for me, you do what I tell you to do, you never come out of there's that more of that vibe. There's like a desperation. Watch this. This will show you that the gods, there was a large group of the gods that needed humans. And then there was another group of gods that didn't. And that had to do with their food supply and what they consumed. Watch this. Inky, probably worried that he would end up having to work again himself, approached his faithful priest, Atrahasis, and advised him to do the following. The other gods should no longer be worshipped, but only Namtar. This flattered the god of deadly diseases so much that as soon as he began his pandemic work, he ceased to eliminate people. Okay, what we're finding here is the first amount of evidence that there's something that humans do when they worship that gives the gods some kind of this guy was flattered. I'm flattered. Yo, they dancing around the hijaz. Like, what's good? No, it's gotta obviously be, as you know, the ancient traditions of worship. There's libations. There's other things that are going on. So Inky's first solution is like, look, everybody's going to stop worshiping all the other gods. Now, this concluded ancestors from the netherworld, all this type of stuff. And everybody's just going to worship Namtar, which Namtar happens to be one of the gods of the dead. Okay. To me, this is the first mark in history. All the backlinks are here where humans are actually instructed to worship the God of the dead. And the reason why this is important is because they're doing this now. The gods that humanity is worshiping, just as dead as them presidents on the dollar bill and all that necromancy and all these dying gods, Jesus died on the cross and all of that, these are dead gods. So remember, there was still like a group of dead gods, and that wasn't all the gods. But humans are pointed to worshiping these dead gods in order for them to appease the killing spree that the gods are going on, that these lower gods have going on in instruction by Enlil. So it goes on after another 1,200 years. So that worked. 1,200 years later, there are many more humans. They roamed around like roaring herds of cattle. Because the gods in the upper part of the heaven could no longer even sleep, Enlil sent a dad. And again, 1,200 years later, the fertility goddess Nisaba to devastate the land with storms and dry up the harvest. Inky, dwelling in the lower part of the sky, told his priest Atrahasis what to do about each time. So that's why I say there is a channel of communication that was always open inside of every person that is connected to the bloodline of these beings. And that channel always sends their information down that channel. It's not like, and that's why sometimes when we think of these beings as like humans like us, we also kind of think that they're limited in the way that we're limited at times, or we become limited. But what I'm saying is that the frequency of Inky to Atrahasis was always open. There was always hey, this is what's going to happen next. Here's what they're going to do next. This is what's going to happen next. This is what you should do about this. Okay? So the pious priest acted according to this divine advice. Adad and Nisibah were so ashamed of this underserved favor that they abandoned the endeavor. Hold on, something happened here. Okay, maybe I skipped ahead. Enlil sent Adad, and again, 1,200 years later, the fertility goddess Nisibah to devastate the land in the storms and dry up the harvests. Inky, dwelling in the lower part of the sky, told his priest Atrahasis what to do each time. Only Adad and Nisibah should be sacrificed to, and the other gods should starve and should be left to starve. Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, I don't. This thing keeps coming on because I need to go in present mode, but this is perfect. This is the point. When a god is not being worshiped, they starve. Okay? If you need to write anything down, please write that down. Because it lets you understand why the ancestors don't get worship anymore, whatever they're classified as, why they will centralize worship all into one God, and why that whole back and forth keeps happening where it's like everybody now worship this, oh, he didn't now worship this. And this is somehow in the background a way to appease certain entities from doing devastation and destruction on the planet. And that they shift who the being is getting worshiped, almost like the being with the most power will gain all the worship from the humans. And if it's pleased, then it'll protect the humans from the old school who was mad because the humans left. Do you see what I mean? And then now they'll work under that new system until that happens. And this is until that happens to the new God. And this is what you also see with kings, that they're constantly disposed, even by their same family. They're constantly betrayed, even by their same brothers. Give me 1 second. Okay, so meaning that nothing seems to be like there's this all-powerful God and he's forever going to stay on the throne. This is more of like this thing seems to oscillate based on even like what we see in the world. Whoever has the most power with nuclear weapons, whoever has the most power with AI, whoever had the most power with steel, whoever had the most power with steam engines, whoever had the most power with oil. And then if a new God rises up and can basically take the old God's position, there's a skirmish or a war because they stay getting in wars. They fight over this. This is not like, okay, you new guy in, I guess I'm moving out. No, they fight over this. And then guess what? Just as you see, when one loses, all of the people of that one become the slaves of the other one. So that's what I'm saying. Stop taking this completely out of hey, this is playing out in the physical matrix too. As above, so below. This is what it really means. This is what's going on behind the scene when you see these big power switches, right? And you're wondering, hey, I thought they were all on the same side. It's testing by metal. It's more draconian. They're all on the same side when there's an absolute ruler. But in the event that it starts getting weak, there's an offer to the newer, stronger God. Hey, look, I'll give you all of the humans worship. So you can feast on that. And whatever they're eating, which we're going to identify here in a moment, when the other gods don't have it, they starve. And it even goes as far in the spiritual text to also mention that when the starving gods are like ancestors roaming through deserts that nobody has poured libations for. Okay, and then all of their power, they have no power, and then their lineage is wandered astray off to what could be called a foreign god or a foreign leader or a foreign land. Okay, so the pious priests acted according to this divine advice. Adad and Nisibah were so ashamed of this undeserved favor that they abandoned their endeavor. Enlil, now completely enraged against Inky, and decreed that a mighty flood should consume all of humanity. In addition, he made Inky swear before the Anunnaki that he would not speak another word to the humans. He then began to consult with the assembled gods about the exact date and the duration of the deluge to be unleashed. Okay? Well informed with the details, Inky went to his reed hut, but waited until Atrahasis began to lie down to sleep. then speaking cunningly to the hut's wall. Okay? This is an encoding for what the Wailing Wall is. It is a place where you can listen to Inky or Cain's transmissions without him breaking the law that he swore to his brother Enlil, which was not to tell the humans about things going on with the gods. And this happened a lot until a point where those who followed Inky, who is Cain, had a lot of, I won't say all of it, but had a lot of the knowledge of the Anunnaki and how they operate. And I'm telling you, that is what the Kabbalah is at its core. It is the knowledge of the Anunnaki's flame language and control of DNA, then given to the priest through Inky on Earth to carry out Inky's stuff that he had going on the planet, right? So let's not confuse anything here. We're just saying that there is a way that the knowledge of the gods is constantly transmitted to humans, certain humans, in a priestly role. And that channel is a channel that stays open. And that is symbolically the Wailing Wall, where they go to receive a message from Inky, who is Cain, who was the father of the Canaanites. Okay? Palestine is Canaan. The fight is about this land specifically because that's where Byblos is, and this is where the gods touched down first. Okay, so let's keep going. This was a territory that was lost through the skirmishes of the gods. So to have the territory back is to say, and the people, is to say that you have won the war against the god. But the people also must be your slaves. So watch this. The ship, okay, so well informed with all the details, Inky went to his priest Reed's hut, but waited until Atrahasis began to lie down to sleep, and then speaking cunningly to the hut's wall so as not to breach the contract, Inky told it what to do. Separate yourself from your house, build a ship, spurn your possessions, save your life. The ship should be cube shaped and also be watertight from above with a roof, like Apsu itself. The passage 4, Mami. So just so you can understand, the goddesses of, or the fertile goddesses of the Sumerians were pissed about this. Just for the record, they didn't like this idea, and it shows later on that they further scorned it. So even though they are, when we say the great mother, okay, we're talking about their mother, okay? But even they did not like this idea. Passage 4, Mami upset about the destruction. Atrahasis and at least one fertile woman, the master's sons too, because in this way, Atrahasis is a master, just in case you want to understand like the hierarchy here, okay? The master's sons too climbed into the ship and sealed its entrance hatch from inside with earth pitch, bitumen. The ark swirled like a pot on the waves of the mighty flood, thundering down from the open floodgates of the cosmos' primordial ocean. That's what it seemed like when they broke the levees. And how furious Enlil was at his foiled plan to destroy mankind. The other gods, however, suffered from hunger. Watch this. As they were unable to find any more humans to feed them in the midst of the raging chaos. This lets you know we're talking about different factions here. Enlil's not having a problem with this. He's pissed that the humans didn't get completely destroyed. But there's another group of gods that they're suffering because of the humans' destruction. That's when you need to understand the difference between what the Anunnaki are, which starts leading into even some stuff that they figured out just recently about that you can't really send humans on space travel for prolonged periods at all. That their blood literally their liquids go into their eyes and remove their sight. Most astronauts come back with 20% degraded sight, even on short trips. That you lose drastic amounts of weight. Basically, we weren't built to be outer space, but that gray is. The gray body, as they talked about it in the mythos, was designed that it doesn't have all the organs and it doesn't have these liquids, and it does look like a lot of water is in the head, but that's another joke. But the reality of what I'm saying is that to remember, the Anunnaki are not the same as the Igigi. And it appears to me that the Igigi were really the gods of what you would call the African tribes. But they also took a lofty position over the humans or their creations, but they themselves were not the highest gods. But they tried to save their offspring. They tried to save the creations that they had on the earth. So watch this. While one didn't care at all about the whole thing, but it mattered to them because they also could no longer live in this high level of life and royalty and get fed by the people. Watch this. So they suffered from hunger as they were unable to find any more humans to feed them in the midst of the raging chaos. Okay. Now, this is what you also should know. It can't be physical food, because as a god, I should have just go snatch up something until it all gets over with. We go eat over here then. But somehow the gods can't even eat. It's because they're not eating food. They're eating something else. Watch this. They cry at the immense destructions. Mami, Belet Ili raised serious accusations against Enlil. Why you, the greatest warrior of the gods, all the gods didn't fight the rebels instead of constructing the humans? Because remember, that was the initial thing. They tried to mediate this whole thing initially by just going to war with the Igigi and forcing them to continue to do the work. But it was Enlil's idea to no, let's create something to do the work for the Igigi rather than getting into another war with the Igigi. Now you're seeing it here. The mother goddess is saying, basically, why did we even do all of this anyway? She's mad at her son. You should have just went to the war with the Igigi. But then you went through this whole process. You created these humans, and then now, you see what I mean? And then look, and then there's something going on where they became dependent on something that the humans were giving them. Passage 5, gods need offering. Atrahasis descended from his ark and began to offer a food sacrifice to all the gods indiscriminately. So notice how the gods play this game with the other gods. We're going to stop them from worshiping you. So even the gods are kind of in a weird pinch with what recommendations are coming through for who's going to be worshiped. Atrahasis descended from his ark and began to offer a food sacrifice to all the gods indiscriminately and with a zeal eager to serve. Listen to this. How happy the gods were who had been starving for so long. As if they were flies lured by a scent, they swarmed in from all sides to the altar's fire and began to feast to their hearts, for which they later endowed Atrahasis, Noah, with their immortality in gratitude and settled him with his wife on the island of Dilmun on the east edge of the world. Okay, we'll keep reading here. Passage 5, another account. The gods smelled the sweet savor and collected like flies over the sacrifice. This almost comical simile of God swarming like flies around food conveys that just how desperately they crave the scent of burning meat. Right? Which is also, what's his name? Baglio. He's an Italian. He worked in the seminary, and he has all these books that even come from the Jesuit libraries. And he disclosed, because he's almost about to die, he's got some kind of Parkinson's or something crazy, some kind of disease himself. And all his books are in Italian, but he discloses openly that these gods were on some other type stuff. This is why the culture was the way that it was, that there could be only one that approached in the holiest of holies, and they needed to be wrapped. And if they weren't wrapped, they could contaminate the gods, that humans were, in this case, allergic, that the humans carried things that this God could easily catch. So he made the incense like benzoin and these incense which kill bacteria in the air. And that these gods needed food prepared a certain way and always wanted the first fruits. And a part of that was definitely not a vegetarian diet. And we'll keep going here because it'll reveal just how much of this burning meat, as if the gods in this case ate the burnt offering, but more importantly, the smoke of the burnt offering. Because if they're spirits, or what you call spirits, it makes sense that they eat something that looks like it's in a spiritual state, i.e. smoke of something. And smoke, why it all looks the same for you, because it also talks about how the gods eat certain incense. Although the smoke looks the same to you, this smoke is actually small particles of what it is that you're actually igniting. And then when you're burning it, you're purifying it because it is burning up and killing all the bacteria. And in this way, or even all the material itself, even the blood itself is being taken into another purified state. And then the gods are inhaling this. And there's a lot of accounts of this, showing that, again, even in the ritualistic services, the burnt offerings are to feed the god. And they take place in the temple, which is the house of the god. So it goes on. Not only do they inhale the aroma, but Atrahasis explicitly notes that the gods ate the offering, right? Because there's many of them here. Remember, they swarmed in. So there's gods like that are physical, gods that are non-physical, gods that are eating the smoke. The queen of the god chastises others for causing the flood and thus their own starvation, swearing by the beautiful lapis lazuli necklace she wears. A gift appearing as flies in the sky, that she will not forget this lesson. Okay, so in this context, you at least have one note that the queen of the gods was like, we're not going to destroy all the humans again. Maybe some of them, but not all of them. But I'm just saying, there's a notation here. The mother goddess, she even say in one other text, she comes up from the feast and immediately begins to scold all the gods for doing this to the humans, okay? Passage 6. Humans should be familiar with suffering from birth. Watch this. Enlil, however, who as a wise ruler was responsible for the welfare of this great civilization, was still furious with Inky. This is why the beef in the priestcraft is always between Enlil and Inky. One represents Israel, the other one represents the Arabs. It's always this way. This is Inky and this is Enlil. The culprit whose treachery had once again enabled some humans to survive the genocide was planned. Okay, the culprit whose treachery had once again enabled some humans to survive the genocide that was planned this time. Inky, however, as always, never at a loss for creative ideas, devised a way that he hoped would finally solve the problem caused by the quarreling gods themselves. So this was like the final big solution. He decreed that from now on, that the humans would be familiarized with suffering and death from birth. That there would be barren and untouchable women, and that their lifespan would be severely limited with the outset. In biblical terms, this was 120 years. In the hope that their reproduction would be regulated in the future, and with this promise that the gods would have sufficient living space of their own on earth for all time, Enlil could be content and make peace with Inky, okay? What we're talking about is there's places that you go and there's nobody there. There are beautiful places on earth in Africa, in Alaska, in Mount Everest, maybe not Mount Everest, they're always over there, but different areas where there is nobody. These are the places of the gods, okay? However, it does note that humans were so numerous. It seems to be way more than we even have now. Like right now, we still have these open places like Texas. But it seems to hint that it got really populated here. Passage 7, someone tries to hide the gods need to be fed. The dropping of individual lines between others which are preserved but are not synonymous with them appears to be a more deliberate editorial act. This was a note that came out that was just basically saying that these lines share a common theme: the hunger and the thirst of the gods during the flood. Okay, so there is literally a marker by a scholar saying that when he observed all of the text, the thing that was always missing in every text was the dependency that the gods had on humans. And that makes sense. They would never want you to know that they actually need you, not vice versa. And so that has been stricken from the records that the gods get hungry. It is stricken from the records that not all gods are the same. Some gods die. Some gods can be denied worship and all this kind of stuff, that the gods in themselves are not completely immortal as we see immortality. Also here for your consideration is actually a map that was drawn by a scholar of trying to understand what the Sumerian times, as far as what Anu look like from a geological perspective, according to their text, basically what the world looks like. And they said that what you're seeing as the sky is actually a freshwater ocean. I won't discount this, especially since rain comes from the sky and it's fresh. They insisted that as you kept going through it, that it was like you were going through water. That kind of sounds like the Stargate water door kind of thing, that once you penetrate this cosmic freshwater ocean, you then end up in what we would call outer space. But until then, that this had us sealed into this particular reality, where even the realm of the dead was also sealed into this reality. That's why it says Earth's hemisphere, which is Ninhursag, and then Apsu, which was underneath in itself, but was the fresh water, and that the fresh waters were also in the earth. This is why you could dig into the earth and find water. But if you want to understand even the scale of what they're saying the reality is, let's see if we can go back on that. The scale of the reality is that this is the salt sea serpent Tiamat, and that when these waters mixed within these waters, that it created what we know as the ocean. So, that's another, that's actually to be covered in the next, what we're going to be coming with, because we're going to break down very clearly. Hold on real quick here. We're going to break down very clearly these domains in these zones. Give me 1 second, everyone. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. So just so that we can get through just what needs to be conveyed here, so that way we're not bringing in new concepts right now when we still have to finish this off based on our time. And again, I'm going to give you the link, and I'm going to keep all the keys in there, but trust that we're going to need to walk through some more of these keys. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah, it just doesn't seem logical. Well, maybe. Okay, so let me just keep going. I think I'm spending more time just talking about whether we can get through this than just going through. So let's just see if we can get through the main point here, okay? Another main point, because we've gone through a few main points here. What do the gods need? Okay, how often this is reiterated? They need servants. So I have a list here of just how many gods we're talking about in the local pantheon. And this is why you can kind of understand you should never get involved with worshiping the gods, because literally all the gods would be asking you to worship next. And they may even start fighting over you. This is just a superficial list of the gods, okay? And now that you understand, like, it's almost like there's a point where determining the difference between an ancestor versus a foreigner in that case should be something that's dissected internally, meaning that if you are strengthening yourself and nourishing yourself, in that way, whatever is connected to you will also be strengthened and nourished. So you don't need to go and try to figure out in Wikipedia which God is in control and why you need to worship him, because this is what they're looking for. So unless you wanted to be a slave, especially on the brink of where we're already tasting what it is to be free. This is why everything is in upheaval right now, because many of the humans, well, at least a smaller part of them at least, are rebelling against the concept of what the gods or the kings are here to represent. They don't want to be servants anymore, but they can't still be in the same camp with them. This is going to be dangerous. If somebody worshiping a religion decides that they don't want to serve a god anymore, but they still flirt with the god, this is bad luck. You have to get rid of the gods entirely, no different than any other relationship would be if you're not going to serve. Okay? Prepare the food. Spirit gods seem to eat smoke, the smoke of burnt offerings. There are other gods that clearly eat humans uncooked. One second. And because when we're using this term God, we're just saying a being that has humans serving it. And the humans bring it its food. And if it doesn't, well, or if they don't know how to cook, they even had one passage where if you prepared a meal for the god and the god, when you came back, didn't eat it, you could expect there was going to be trouble. I just thought I mean, damn, it's like if you don't cook good and the guy's meal is still there, y'all didn't salt that thing up right, it could be problems later. Let me see this real quick. This is just, should be here in just a moment. As you can see, there are receipts for this kind of behavior, but there's one image specifically beyond this one that I'm actually looking for. And it is basically an image showing that many of the Aztec gods actually ate humans. And again, there has to be some correlation between cannibal and Canaan Baal, which is actually the name of the god of the Canaanites was Baal. So there has to be some kind of correlation, but it does seem like the scriptures in the scrolls, if you may, they seem to not want to mention this directly, but there are many images of the gods some gods actually consuming humans, while it's clear that other gods had a specific diet that they wanted to stick with, and that eating humans may, I don't know, take them out of ketosis. I'm just saying they had diets. Giant gods consumed all food and livestock in the land. This is written many times that the humans were serving up so much food for the gods, they didn't even have any food for themselves. But the gods were not interested at all in trying to procure livestock, hunting and fishing and doing all this stuff. And these gods are clearly the giants that remained on earth, i.e. the Igigi. They need temples or shelters for the gods. They want their houses and everything to be created and decorated nice, just like you see the temples where people are still worshiping the gods. They need priests with the ability to communicate and carry out their request. Passage here is temple economic records and offering lists further illustrate the gods' diet. The gods were served multiple meals a day at their temples. For instance, at the Inanna temple of Inanna in Uruk, offerings for just one of the smaller daily meals out of the 4 meals each day could include 6 sheep. This is written. 8 lambs, 1 steer, I guess that's a horse, 7 ducks, 8 geese, 4 dormice, 4 pigs, 30 pigeons, 3 ostrich eggs, and 3 duck eggs on top. Just don't forget the duck eggs. This is in the accounts, in the records of what the gods eat in one sitting, a smaller god, along with 30 loaves. He's not done. Yo, I need bread with that, pizza. 30 loaves of bread for each major deity and 15 for each minor god. Large jugs of beer were ubiquitous, and fruits like grapes, figs, dates, and honey or sweets were also on the menu. Notably, vegetables are absent from these lists. Niggas hated vegetables. 1 point for the vegans. Contemporary analysis of temple archives, such as those from Uruk and Ur in Babylon, show offerings at set times of the day, typically 2 main meals, morning and evening, and the smaller refreshments, very much like noble household dining schedules. Priests carried the prepared food into the sanctuary, reciting prayers as the god ate. One Mesopotamian hymn describes how, without a human priest to present the food, a god's table would be cleared. The god's food was called Nindabu, food offering, and their drink Sudgu, libation. They were often served bread, beer, and roasted meats, as well as incense to smell, and fresh water for washing, treating the deity like an honored king at the table. Gods are not spirits or demons, okay? Because I'm putting a mark here, because when you start reading through this stuff, you're realizing that you're talking about a species. And this is why people could recognize it right away, like, oh, and this is the gods are here. That's what we're saying now. But this is what you see in the Old Testament. Like, even when 2 quote unquote angels appear, they look different than everybody else. And everybody's afraid of these beings. I'm telling you, it's them. Like, they knew, oh, yo, they here. What's next? Just like we read in the last tribe vibes. Now they want to take the sun. They want to take the first fruits. They want to take something, and if not everything, that you're going to be of service. And they war against each other. They fight against each other because they're testing who is the strongest God. And when some God loses, all of their people are taken into captivity, and then those people then worship the God. Right? And it has nothing to do with color, because you find black-headed ones worshiping as well as white-headed ones worshiping. Okay? And we can get into that a lot later, because we'll just produce receipts and show how many different races of people had then been consolidated to the worship of gods as if they were slaves for sure of the god and building their habitations. Like, even when you look at the pyramids and these gigantic structures, there's images of Nubians building these buildings for the gods. But what I'm saying is they weren't doing that for the gods because they wanted to. They were doing that because they were forced to. And that was told to them as it was their job to be servants of the god. And that was their only purpose. And the same thing exists in religion today. Divine food. This is let you understand the classifications and why humans have fallen into this peril. And it's because the other high gods, they don't eat none of this stuff. Mesopotamian texts also hint at a special divine food associated with immortality. The most explicit example is the myth of Adapa in Akkadian. Adapa, a sage of Eridu, is summoned to heaven to meet Anu, just like Enoch was. There, Anu's servant offered him the food of life and the water of life. However, following his patron god Ea's misleading advice, which is wild to say, because they're literally saying that the followers of the gods of the earth were even told to never eat from the food of life or drink from the water of life. So when Adapa was called up to Anu and was offered this food of life and water of life, this Adapa was like, Ea told me not to eat it, so I'm not going to eat it. And then Adapa refuses to consume them. And the tablets say, what can we do with him? Food of life, bring him that he may eat. Food of life, they bought him, but he ate not.
Water of life, they bought him, but he drank not. Anu looked at him. Come, Adapa, why have you not eaten or drunk? Now you shall not live. So wild account, but by declining the god's own elixir of immortality, Adapa must remain mortal. This tale implies that the god possessed food and drink that confer eternal life, reserved for divine consumption or only given to favored humans as a one-time gift. The very names food of life and water of life indicate these are not ordinary fare, but supernatural substance that sustains the god's ageless existence. And this reminds us of, again, that elixir that Rahu and Ketu ended up drinking, where the gods could drink this elixir, right? But everything else, like the demons, i.e. those from the underworld, they weren't allowed to drink of this or eat of this, lest they have everlasting life. God eaters. Ancient Egypt provides one of the earliest divine cannibalism accounts, okay? We're going to skip this just because it kind of, we would go into the netherworld and then I'd have to fly the ship out of there because it gets into that. That's in the text, but it does explain how some of the gods, which are different. And that's why when we start using this same word, gods, it starts to become confusing because what you start seeing is, and I'm still looking for my images, that some of these gods, they look like for instance, with the jaguar gods of the Aztec, this god is not designed the same way other beings that are called gods are designed too. And this is why it becomes like when we're using one generic term and we're not really using spirituality, which is the study of spirits, that these spirits are different. They came at different times. They came about through different initiations and through different rites, right? And through different scenarios, okay? And because of that, even the ones that are like, they're half human, half whatever they were, their stories often differ than other gods that may be from another totem, okay? So just understanding that the gods are numerous and they come in many shapes, forms, and sizes, and many of them are different, like no different than what we even see, well, even actually more different than what we see in humans, okay? Because as I said, they go back more to the animalistic. So when you look at what the humans look like, all the humans look predominantly the same, right? But when you go to these ancient races, right, and you look at them, they all look a little bit different. Like these beings right here, this is when we get into the amphibians, you can see that they don't have the same appearance as humanoids do, if you may, right? And then same thing with the jaguar. They're like chimeras. This is another good example. They have like a humanoid thing going on, but they also have an extreme animalistic thing that's still a part of their genus. And they said ultimately this was bred out, or some of these beings passed on. Some of these beings are existing on other dimensions and planes, and once were in tune with Earth, and once could, get servants on Earth, etc. But it's clear that many cultures have these thirsty gods, we'll just put it like that, as their gods. And it's literally like a fear thing. They're worshiping the god and bringing the god anything the god asks for, including their own offspring, in order to appease the god. But the god is more like what you would see with a lion. Lions eat raw meat, okay? And then if you think that this is just so far off, humans are eating cows. Humans are eating pigs. Humans are eating lots of animals. Why should humans be off the plate, literally, for something else that's like, all those humans running around, that's like a herd of cow. I'll eat right through them. You don't even need to cook them. You see what I mean? So that's just to kind of understand what we've been through, the DNA, and what it's grown from. Also, another note about how Enlil said that now even the babies would start suffering. And this is basically tied into how, like the first humans, they didn't have any chastisement. They didn't have like any rough treatment. And they start to try to say that this is also the reason why that humans had rebelled, if you may. And so then from thenceforth, It was like a part of the design, a part of the system to make human beings, if you may, like suffer. So that way we would have some kind of fear. And then you needed to tie that fear into God. My camera's back. And this God tying into fear was the major component, because in many ways, the only one that could save you from these things that you're now afraid of would be the God. And the only way God could do that, though, is if you did what? That you served God. So you see, there becomes this feedback loop of whatever the humans do. And you can imagine this is traumatizing stuff, and it's in the DNA. And this is why when you try to pry God from people's fingers, a lot of people won't let go, because they're still, anywhere you go. And that's why we had to start here. Because now when somebody even mentions a God, you don't even start just seeing Santa Claus in the sky. You immediately start thinking about, are we talking about pre-Marduk, after Marduk? What are we talking about? You have more of a breadth of understanding. Oh, no, I'm not just going to go after any God. Like, there's many lords and many gods. Let me show you. I can show you 500 gods right now. But the real difference would be, are they on the ship? Or are they all the offspring of the ones that were on the ground? Because the ones that were on the ground, they went into everything and were populating, and all types of stuff was happening. And that makes up what's going on in Earth today, as the nations continue to war against nations and be led by men who are in themselves inspired by entities, and offer up the worship and service of entire countries, people, places, things, etc., to these things behind closed doors, meaning that it's not something that just gets put out there like, hey, you know that if you're all worshiping Zeus, then Zeus is basically taking over all of these people. And when Zeus is overthrown, then everybody that is worshiping Zeus will be worshiping the next thing. The beast, the dragon, the false prophet, right? You could almost line that up as Elon, Trump, and Bill Gates. The beast, the dragon, and the false prophet. And that's it. And then the beast gave his power to the false prophet. So what we're just looking at is codes, patterns, if you may, right? Things that have happened over and over again. But if you're not checking Real History, Her Story, you would know none the edgewise. And then now, again, wisdom of a God, which still, doesn't place their rank that high, just means that you know about all of this. You see what I mean? You have the wisdom, which is just the knowledge, the truth. That's the wisdom. And then that wisdom is about a lot of things. It's about what the real procreation process is, the internal versus the external, what the real story of the gods really is. So let's finish up here, because there's one final story that I have to get to, and then we'll recap on the rest of this. We want to have some Q&A because we didn't have Q&A last time. We'll recap on the rest of this in the wisdom of the serpent, part 3. Okay, so here it is. Inanna was the original Christ. Okay, so we're not going to do any more of these bombshells that are still within this document. We still will have to fire off the nuke. The big bombshell. And it makes perfect sense. So I'm in my system. System is so advanced, it's literally like the demarcation in the world as far as academia will be here in a moment is those with the system and those without the system. It's that powerful. And a side note here is we're working to bring this into Sybil ASAP. Everybody get a notification when it's there. So if you want to use it, you'll get a notification when it's available. It is not available now, but we know how to do this and we're pursuing it. What this does is any question you ask, it will go everywhere finding the answer. It will crawl through all ancient texts, modern texts, what somebody said, his mama said, they mama said. It'll go over everything and then semantically sort it to what is really the truth compared to all of the rest of the knowledge. Bingo. Game time. The earliest dying and rising myth, 1800 BCE. By the way, there's another book that is proving we have consistently been given an additional 1,000 years 3 times based on today's current date of 2025. And I'll push some information out about that. I don't want to get into it now, but it is pretty much irrefutable. It shows how the early scholars, especially the Jesuits who were responsible for time, literally plagiarized the list of the arrival of the kings from 1,000 years earlier verbatim, and gave the kings different names. And the reason why you can see this is that these new kings have the exact pattern. They didn't even change it up a little bit, the exact pattern as the previous kings, and they did it 3 times, thus increasing the time frames from BCE to AD in 3,000 years. So in that way, we're looking at something that potentially took place around 2, at the most recent, to 6,000 years ago. Here's the story. The earliest dying and rising myths. Inanna's descent in summer, 18,000 before Christ. One of the oldest recorded myths of death and resurrection is Inanna's descent into the underworld, a Sumerian narrative inscribed on clay tablets in the early 2nd millennium BCE. Inanna, known as Ishtar in the Akkadian, was a prominent Mesopotamian goddess. In this tale, she descends to the land of the dead to put to death. It's put to death and then revived and restored to the world. Death in the underworld, Inanna enters the realm of her sister Escargot. The judges of the underworld condemn Inanna and kill her. The afflicted woman was turned into a corpse, and the corpse was hung on a hook, says the Sumerian text. This gruesome image of Inanna's body hung up like a sacrificial victim has often been compared to the latter crucifixion imagery. Though in context, it is a form of execution in the underworld. Again, earth being the underworld, but we'll keep going. Key or cur, 3 days in death. The myth explicitly states that after 3 days and 3 nights had passed with Inanna dead, her loyal assistant, Ninshubad, sought help from the gods. This 3-day interval is strikingly in parallel to the New Testament's timelines of Jesus lying dead for part of the 3 days before rising. Resurrection. The god Inky responds by fashioning 2 creatures who sneak into the underworld to recover Inanna's body. They sprinkle Inanna's corpse with the life-giving plant and water, restoring the goddess back to life. As one translation puts it, after 3 days and 3 nights, they give Inanna's corpse the food of life, the water of life, and Inanna rose. Inanna's planned return is in fact foreshadowed. She undertook the descent knowing her father Inky would eventually bring me back to life. You see what I mean? Hey, God's going to bring me back. Aftermath and substitution. Inanna cannot leave the underworld without providing a replacement. She chooses her lover, the shepherd god Dumuzi, also known later as Tammuz, to take her place for part of the year. Dumuzi is chased by demons, dies, and descends. He is later allowed to return for a portion of the year, alternating with his sister. A myth explaining the cycle of the seasons. This element of sacrifice by proxy, Dumuzi dying so Inanna can live, introduces the idea of a substitute sacrifice, albeit for a goddess rather than for humanity. So there it all is there. What are we looking at? Really deep esoteric stuff. First, just as something continuously resonated for years and years, that the Messiah was really a female. It was just after you absorbed all of the information and thought logically, it kind of came out as logic that we have to be talking about a female. But of course, this world we live in says, no, it's Jesus, it's this male. Okay, now we find out, no. It's Inanna's story. And there have been some changes, But notice how, since this is coming around the time of Marduk, that it is literally showing you that the Christ myth in itself was reconcocted so that it could support there being a male God as being the savior of the world. So it gets a restylization, and then the replacement that Inanna put in play, which is a system of magic. It's the same thing that the pharaohs were using, is that they needed to have like a person here to represent them in order for this is called the underworld, no matter what you want to think about it. Like, they would say that there needed to be, quote unquote, a person here to represent them in their place so that they can remain in the heavens. Okay? You can decipher this on your own later, but it's just the understanding that as above, so below. But if you're going to be as above, then you need to find a replacement for as below. This is something else that I also started to sense when there was a reference to the higher self. And at some stage, I realized that I needed to completely merge with my higher self, because it became like a relationship where the higher self was kind of chilling up there on high. And I was down here kind of doing all the work. And this was just like something that you see internally, something that, you know, if you're telling the truth to yourself, you're like, man, it feels like this higher self guy's got it made. And it's like, you're down here. And I was like, I think the solution for this is to stop referring to yourself as separate than your higher self. I lost a friend for that because he refused to believe that we could step into the position of our higher selves. What I'm saying is I've accomplished a complete merger. It's only me. So in that way, though, still remember how this seems to work as like a mirror kind of thing. There has to be like a replacement for you. And in this way, this kind of magical system, Inanna made her lover her replacement, right? That was a sly move. But this is the text. So no, it doesn't read like your Christ story as far as the ultimate goal to save the world. It shows actually a rather deep version of magic where the male God becomes in a replacement for the female Messiah in the planet. Now, obviously, this male God, Tammuz and Tammuz, is not the Jesus of today. And it's actually more of that. And that would be when those beings who already know about this real original tribe of Judah, Jesus, who's not called that. His name is what is it? Somebody will type it in the chat. It's not Yeshua. They've gone further. But basically that there's a mythos of this real Messiah, if you may, even though people don't really understand all the connotations around it, they know that it's not Jesus. What I'm telling you is that one that they have identified, that is Tammuz. That is Tammuz. And that also is not complete because Tammuz has a sister. And you can read about it on your own time. I linked it in here. But that they were born as twins. So there is even a female Messiah between Tammuz and Tammuz. However, there is also even above them Inanna, who the original story is about. And this story is so butchered up and confused today, it gives us now the Christ myth, right? And so this process seems to be more related to how some of the gods achieved immortality through Inky by putting themselves through a process of basically dying and then rising again and then having a replacement or a shadow serve in their place in the physical world. So this is all cult stuff. I've heard of this kind of thing before. Now that I can actually see the context of where this came from, I can do further research and we'll get back to that. But in effect, as it states here, the substitute soul, the notion of one life being given for another, was not only mythic, but also woven into the Mesopotamian rituals. One striking example is that the substitute king ritual practiced in the Babylonian and Assyrian courts. If omens foretold the king's death, often via an eclipse, a proxy king was put on the throne temporarily. this stand-in king and queen were treated like royalty for a time, absorbing the predicted doom and then executed, after which the real king resumed his rule. Okay, this is also buried within the story of a king for a day. Okay, I'm not sure of the extent of this kind of magic and its purpose, but you kind of get that this is some other stuff. In the effect, the substitute life was exchanged to transfer the king's doomed fate onto the scapegoat. To me, this is what happens getting involved in gods. They seem to transfer their doomed fate onto the ones that are worshiping them, the ones that are going to do the sacrifice for them. That's the scapegoat, who die in their stead, meaning that they seem to remain in this world of the dead because they're actually in the place of something that was supposed to be here and they weren't supposed to be here, right? You got to do your own baking on this, but you'll find a lot of evidence of this. This human sacrifice was meant to appease the gods or fate, preserving the cosmic order by offering a life for a life of the true king, right? So this is almost like that darker level of even why they utilize younger people, older people that, maybe even pull energy from younger people. All this kind of stuff seems to be rooted in this substitute kind of using energy, using the soul of something else in the place of something else. You see what I mean? So this is where all that comes from. So in the end, I say Inky taught Atrahasis the wisdom of the gods because he was the priest of Inky. And this is how this knowledge transferred back to humanity. So you can even know, hey, how did everybody ever start? How do we even know any of what we know now? Because Inky's priest had wrote some of this stuff down, and Atrahasis is quote unquote Noah. Okay, that's who Atrahasis plays the role of Noah. That's why he went into the ark, and it was spinning all around. He came out, he did the offerings. That's Noah's story. But remember, 500 years later, Atrahasis becomes Utnapishtim. And then the story about what really happened starts changing. And then Marduk actually becomes the creator god. And we completely get all of this knowledge about how the gods operate and what they're here for wiped from the records. And then we're left with the religious watered down traditions that we're dealing with right now that obviously don't explain any, or not in the context especially of today, but maybe only a little bit of what we have discussed as being the truth according to the tradition in which all of this is taken from. So, a word to the wise. In the event that someone says this is the truth, I suggest that, especially now in these times, that we use these systems that we have now to go back and research what in the root of that truth does the original text say. And then when we look at our modern times today, we'll be able to authenticate or not, even if that's accurate. Because it's quite odd that everything that I read to you today comes from one text called the book or the Epic of Atrahasis. And nobody really mentions it. And it predates the Bible. And it has so many correlations to what exactly is happening right now, and even answers to things that everybody's like, I don't know how humans got, I don't know how they got created. And I don't know what the gods want. I don't know there's only one God. You see what I mean? And where all these different concepts come from, well, there's only one God. Why do they have other gods in the culture? Because those are demons. They don't really. So you know where all of this now comes from. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up because, we're entering into that, it's about 3 hours. We came in 25 minutes, and so we're at 3 hour mark. That's kind of normal. Let me just talk about a few of the things that we need to get to when we return. Remember, we're in Samaria, which is 6. Like, what's going to happen when we get to Egypt, which is 5? Right? Now, 5 also is way more dealing with the flesh in many ways. So if you thought that this was dealing with the flesh, wait until you see what we have coming, right? Because we're still going to do the same thing. We're going to go through all the ancient texts the same way, mainly the main text, and just recount what is going on here on earth with these grand civilizations, if you may, which in themselves are the time in which the beings became civilized. It's not according to what civilization is, which is what? Civilware. It's like to serve, to be proper, to be able to be invited to with the kings and the gods because you could do the work that they want you to do. You see what I mean? That's what civilization is. So before that, the story, they don't want to retell that one. And it's a wonder that we still have the text that explains in depth from that time what the world looked like before the Anunnaki. Okay? So in our world, there is not an AD and a BC like after death and before Christ. It's more of like before the Anunnaki and after the Anunnaki in that way. Also, I wanted to mention, as I did earlier, we're uncensoring Sybil soon. That's going to be incredible. We also have this ancient image library now sorted. So we need to figure out, how we can get others to potentially do some fun in this, like getting stuff together, pulling knowledge together. I've already taken all the excerpts. This was like an idea that I had because there was excerpts from all these different books and things, and put them all into one book. I just call it the Book of Wisdom. And while I won't read straight through, every excerpt in there is something that probably won't ever be revealed again, especially in relation to etymology, which becomes like the key to connecting a lot of this stuff, and will serve us better as we continue to go forward and start kind of dissecting some of the names and some of the vibrations around these events, because demystifying the language is also a big key. We'll begin the process again next time to go through this process, including that of the black dwarfs. This is another thing missing from history, her story, but is already written even on the cave walls, was how the dwarves were enlisted to build the pyramids. And that the dwarves, these same dwarves, and the only hint of this you catch is on the Lord of the Rings when they go into the dwarf kingdoms and the dwarves are like building all this stuff. They got these underground caves and they build all these weapons, right? This is taken from that the Grimaldi, or these dwarves and pygmies from Africa, were here so long ago, but they always were in between worlds. This is the Terence McKenna's machine elves that he talks about when he opened his third eye and he's looking into nature and he's saying they seem like the servants of nature itself, being the custodians of things going on inside of nature. And they look like elves. These are the Grimaldi. This is the last surviving statue is Bess, the dwarf pygmy that came from Africa. This is the, if you may, another missing link, because the dwarves and the goddesses got along in an extreme way. And the dwarves worked for the goddesses and actually built temples of the goddess. So all this being fit in, especially before the Anunnaki. So this is literally saying, hey, before 5,000 years ago, we were great. And then after that, we became servants. We became subdued by something that came into our space and its group of servants and wanted to take the species and the beings that live here and then begin to alter them and blend them and change them so much that we even forgot where we came from and what we were, even though it rests inside of our very soul, our origins, right? So this is exactly what we will be recounting and restoring. And so, yeah, I mean, there's some more things that I can add to this, but I think I've said enough about where things are going and, what we want to continue to demystify. And then some of the things that are coming up. I also wanted to show that, man, if you haven't seen it, we've reached that peak. And that's why it's like, all right, so the inside and the outside is done, and it is good. Now we want to go to that next phase and just work on the responses, right? And so I'm showing you here that Sybil, we went through the final rendition or update of not only the main site. Obviously, we built the Android app. We built the App Store, the Apple app. We put in, with the assistance of my great brother Chris, who's an amazing designer, and everybody on the team, all the developers, we've come to that major milestone, and we spared no expense, and we did zero cheesing out. And what I mean by that is like sometimes when you build, like, because this is the third skin, this is the final skin. But when you build something and you see it's working, oftentimes we'll be like, well, why should we spend any more money doing that? Let's just wait till we get more subscription. Or why should we upgrade that? There's no money to upgrade right now. This one's functional. No. What we did was we said we wanted to look a certain way, we wanted to feel a certain way, and we wanted to do a specific thing. And until it achieves that, then it is not complete. And so the major part of the look, the feel, the applications, the features, everything is done. And now the last thing is we're going to uncensor the model and we're going to give it access to all the knowledge. And then we're going to put the semantics inside so that it can go through all of the information and give you these detailed, fact-checked, backlinked responses like I use to draw up all of what you're seeing here. And that will be inside the system. So if there's any spiritual question that we need to get to the bottom of, you would get this kind of yo, this. There's connections here. And you could do this across the globe. The more creative you are with your questions, and I'm very creative, the more deeper that your answers are going to go and connect. But there will be no limit to if it was ever written, if it was ever spoken about, even if it's in another language, you will gain access to it. And in that way, we will continue on that ascent and just fulfilling the extremely wise part of Atcher Hasis and what allowed that vibration, that pattern to move on from catastrophic destruction and playing around with the gods. So let's go ahead and open it up. I'm going to go ahead and allow things to breathe a little bit over here. I'm gonna get some water. I think my lips are a little bit ashy. I believe that I went in. Who knows? I would always say that it's my own show, if you may. But I trust that from this build that you got something, that something resonated with what's happening in this reality right now, and it will strengthen you to hold firm in who you are and what you know in your truth. Because that's what also, in conclusion, this is all about, is that if these gods can wrestle the truth away from you, then you can't leave Earth. This is what their texts say, that Earth is like a door that when you come in the underworld, you can't get out. That's what Inanna's whole ascent and leaving Earth was about, to prove that you can leave in that way. And that was like the risen, what do they call it? Raptured, miraculous, the miracle, right? The rising, all this kind of stuff is tied into that. So that's what I want to make sure that you have, so you're aware. Hey, it was clear. Getting caught up with the gods was almost like a one-way trip to the netherworld. And it explains that it didn't matter. And this is literally what it says in the text. If you did anything good or bad, that you would still end up there worshiping the gods. This is by worshiping the gods. This is in the text that I'm pushing to you. I didn't have time to go through it in this time, but know that it's there. And so it's a clear indicator that if you ever thought about making it beyond what this experience has going on, you wouldn't get involved with these entities, right? So I'll just leave it at that and, produce more clear proofs in the future. So I'm going to take the lines. I'm going to unmute them. I'm going to let Sean jump in really briefly. We're going to have a little bit of rapid fire. We have to do Q&A because we didn't do Q&A last time. So there's probably some questions, some things that may have been pent up from last time. So we want to make sure that there's that release within the tribe. I also wanted to give thanks for the pillars, those who stayed in for the build today. It was a bit on the longer side, and also the archive will, of course, be available for those who had to step out, or if you came in later and you needed to kind of recap on some of the things or look through stuff that may have been a little bit confusing. So there it is. Wholeness.
Yo, and there it is, family. Listen, I just got to take a moment, man, just to acknowledge the absolute brilliance that was just delivered, man. Like the level of insight, man, the precision, just the depth of this build has been like next level, right? And it's clear, man, like the mastery, the intention, the level of execution that went into this, man, you're just truly inspiring, brother. Like I can't say it, I just can't say it, man. Like the bar you set, fam, it's always like so high, bro. I just be like, this cat, man, he just
Can it
keeps
get much
dialing it in.
higher?
You know what I mean? So, hey, listen, man, much respect, brother, for just the,
Absolutely, Sean. I
the
appreciate
fun, the
that.
dedication, the vision, man, all of that, fam. Much love, brother, no doubt. All right, family, let's get to it. So, I see some beautiful faces with their hands up. My sister Queen is in the space. Let's go, fam. Wholeness.
Oh, Nishine, how are you? Good, good. So I have a couple things. This resonates with me so heavily, and I want to explain why before I go into what I want to say. Um, One of the reasons why everything that we talked about today and even last week, but especially today, because I wrote down the one thing he said it. Seven, you said it. He was like, if you got to write down anything, write this down. Is when the gods aren't being worshipped, they're starved. And I'm gonna show how that ties into what what I'm talking about here. So just for back reference, for some of those who don't know me in the space, um, I am the queen of a tribe, and I'm a queen in the spiritual community. And I've studied with many tribes in Africa, as well as many Native American tribes here, and a lot of just indigenous people in indigenous spaces. But for me, it was more about a data collection, because I'm that type of person, to where I don't just take from what a person tells me, but from what divine energy is giving me, and from what my life experiences are showing me, including what people tell me. And I put that together like AI and I come up with an answer. And so, anyway, I'm saying all that to say, through all of my years of studying with these different tribes and doing these things, and even leading my own tribe, some of the things that I talk about with my tribe that I don't talk about publicly is what Seven is talking about here. And one of the things, there was an experience that I had, and I had two sisters with me. A couple years ago, I started looking for land to build these villages, which I did. Some of you know about. And so we're out scouting land, and we're driving. And well, before we get back in the Jeep, we were looking at some land, and I tripped over a piece of dead wood on the ground, and I hurt my ankle, so I couldn't drive. So I had someone else drive the Jeep, and so we're leaving the land now because my ankle is burning, and the sun is just setting anyway. We're driving, and out of nowhere, now mind you, we're in rural areas of Georgia. So if anybody know about Georgia, we're in the forest. So when you're not in the city like of Atlanta, you're in the boondocks, you're in the woods. And so that's the kind of area we were, but we were approaching a small town. So right when we got to where we saw the first stoplight, there's a small gas station, not even a name brand gas station here, and then a couple of like small little houses there. We're at a light for the first time in about maybe 20 minutes. So, mind you, the sun is going down. My Jeep has LED lights. So, we have a nice little, basically, shot of ahead of what's in front of us. The light turns green. So, we're not that much on the gas. We're going through the intersection, and out jumps this entity. Um, it was shaped like a dog, but about as big as a huge deer. The tail of it was like puffy, like a bunny's tail, and it had no head. And I know this is going to sound crazy because what the brain does, and I've studied the brain for over 15 years, is when you see something or hear something, you try to connect it to something you already know of exists. And so it's like computing in that way. So for a few seconds, trying to figure out what's going on, I realized this thing turned and looked at us. And the only reason I knew it looked at us is because I saw two green eyes. And there was no head, though. So get that through. To top this off, and I know this sounds crazy, but I'm going to tie it in so you can know, because some of y'all don't know me. So y'all probably like, oh, who's this queen? It was see through. It was transparent. It was a transparent being. You were able to see through this thing. Now, I can't explain to you with words in this language, um, this is the best way I can explain it to you what it was. So the reason that I know this is true and this wasn't something in my head, because mind you, I don't drink, I don't do none of that. So it wasn't like I was under influence or anything like that. The girl who was driving now saw it too. She pressed the brakes, and then the thing jumped off, and it jumped. It didn't walk or gallop or whatever. It jumped, 2 jumps, and it was out of there. And she kept going, but slow, and she was like this. And I said, excuse my French, I hope no kids in the room. I said, what the fuck? I said, did you just see that? And she said, oh, I thought it was me. I thought I was tripping. I said, no, I saw it too. And there was a girl in the back seat. She said, see what? See what? I said, you know what? Let's not talk about it. Let's go home and draw it, so that we both knew we were talking about the same thing. So that's what we did. We went to my house. We both went in separate rooms, and we drew what we saw and showed it to the third girl who did not see. And she burned it. She was so scared that we drew the same thing, and she knew we were telling the truth. So that's the only reason I'm sharing this story with y'all, is because I have proof and I have witnesses that what I saw was real and it was true. Now, I said all that to segue into this, is that what I never told anybody, and I feel safe saying this here because I'm talking to a tribe full of adepts, is that the thing communicated with me, just not. Yeah, she burned it. I've seen somebody put that in there. She burned it. She was scared. The thing communicated with me, just not with words. It communicated with me the way our ancestors did. Some people call it, telepathy and things like that or whatever. And so it told me, what it was. And it told me about the numbers 3, 6, and 9. And as many of you in this space probably know, Tesla talked about the 369. So since then, that was a few years ago, I've been studying this and trying to figure it out. So I'm currently writing a book called The Portal, Unlocking the Code of 369 and the Divine Path. And I've been using Sybil I asked Sybil questions that I feel like I already knew the answers to see if it would, corroborate what I'm saying, and it has. So I'm feeling good about what you're saying, Seven, as far as what you're about to do with Sybil, because that's going to take my research to another level. So anyway, all that to say, to put into what we're talking about today, is that what I'm talking about in the book is that basically we're coming from this divine source, as we all know, as an energy source. And I wrote down my little notes here, so I won't get too long-winded. But how stars are living spirits, and we're created from the stardust, and the stars give us our purpose in life, and how the womb is a portal, and how the sperm gives the life force energy, and the egg gives this basically a transformation system for a baby to be created, and for the soul from the star to come in. And as Seven explained, stars are binary. There's 2 parts, and that's the I want to say positive and negative energies. And so if the universe is a balance of this positive and negative energy, you can see how if one side grows bigger than the other, there's an imbalance in the universe, and how that can cause a spiritual war, and how the divine source would then separate itself to make smaller versions of itself in order to amplify itself and grow and come back to self to bring it back to where it needs to be. So that's a part of the growth process in this cycle that Seven was also just talking about, of energy, and why, quote unquote, gods would want to create humans to do that for them, as opposed to them doing it themselves. So now you have these humans here who have to deliver this energy back to the divine soul. And the energy shift is happening because of the religion and the turmoil and the this and the sacrifices to the gods. Now, mind you, when I went to Nigeria, I was initiated as a queen there. They sacrificed animals for me. And I was like, that ain't for me, that's for y'all, because I'm not asking for that. Because what a lot of religions, and even things like what I did in Africa, they're ancient for them, but as Seven said, what's the difference between being an elder and ancient? You know what I mean? This might go back thousands of years for them, but we're predating even that to what it's supposed to be. So anyway, I'm not with the sacrifices, because for me, the sacrifices and giving the foods and the this and that and whatever is more so is an energy. And what kind of energy do you think an animal is having right before it dies? It's scared. It's probably trying to kill you back. Something, negative. So that energy, bam, already going to the negative side of the balance in the universe. So I'm saying that to say what I explained to my tribe is that if our sole purpose is to connect back with ourselves, have this awareness, become part of our higher self, like Seven said, it is possible because that's what I do. And I know that a lot of people feel like that's impossible, but that's only because you don't know all the details. And so once you know all the details and you understand your place here in the universe and your part in whatever side you're on, feeding that energy back to the universe, then you can understand the whole reason why all of this is happening and why all of this is a cycle, because that's what time is. It's not linear, it's a cycle, why history repeats itself. And so with all that being said, with everything that's going on now, it's all about an energy ciphering. And you can see how, if you believe in what I'm saying right now, how it works and how it's imperative for you to connect back with self and for you to not get caught up in the religions and the things and the this and the that or whatever, because I can easily go into the EFI community and just dominate because I'm an EFI queen. But my goal as a queen, as a being, as a entity, as a soul, as a spirit, is to bring back the balance. And so I see that happening here. So I just wanted to share that because I'm excited about what Sybil is about to do. Because once you have that, where those answers are unfiltered, game over.
It's game over.
Not just for my book, but for the other side. Because Seven might know, and a lot of people who was here who maybe was in the AI film class know, me and technology, I don't really mess with it because I see what it can do, but because now I understand what it can do for our side, and our side is here too. Because whatever I saw jump in front of my Jeep that day was telling me this. I wasn't afraid of it. We're here in numbers, and we're gonna get this done. So I just wanted to share that with y'all because I feel like this is a space that I can do that. So wholeness,
sister. I do have to add this because the synchronicities in the tribe is so strong. Because even you mentioning these things, I want to speak to that. I also want to mention that the synchronicity in the tribe is so strong. Dominic was even texting me the other day, and he said he just sent me a picture and a rock said 7 on the rock. You know what I mean? Even when I was looking up all this information about the underworld, he had sent me this text and was like, yo, I was looking through this book and I thought maybe this etymology would be useful for you. And it was about the designation of the netherworld. You see what I mean? So, and then I have these same connections with Finn. I have these same connections with the beings in this tribe. So it's a vibration that shows us that the living is amongst the living. Let's just put it that way. And also, when I'm speaking to a general audience, so I don't have time to sit here and try to itemize with you which one is the good gods and which one is the bad gods, right? So in many ways, the adepthood comes with, hey, examine everything that you're dealing with. I'm not trying to throw everything in the category of being bad, but we got to go beyond good and bad, and we're going to have to actually grow up too and become adults and adepts. One of the things that you spoke about, which is actually in the mix of what was even in the notes, and we didn't talk about it, but it was like there, it was in the last sentence, and you'll see it in the document. And it was, I had to deduce, once I hear certain things, I'm like, something's there. We need to figure out that. And one of the things that struck that chord amongst 3 things in the whole document was the replacement process. The moment that I heard that, I was like, no, there's something here. Nuh-uh, I've heard this somewhere before. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And after several deductions of knowledge and wisdom, what came back was the ultimate reason of the replacement process was to maintain the balance of the cosmos. That is exactly what you just mentioned, which was like, beyond all the spookiness, if somebody left here, something was going to need to fill in their place that was going to be able to balance what they are in the other space. And what I believe is happening is that some of us have been standing into this space too long, because it's almost like, yo, you go work there for another 1,000 years. Yeah, I got it. All right, well, good. I'm going to be up here, eating the grapes figs and dates. You keep just sitting that up here. Like sometimes I start to feel like this, even this is something that I said before, but there got to this point, even with the great mother, that I was like, great mother, like I'm feeling like you kind of forgot about me. I hope, you still remember I'm in the trenches over here, send some reinforcements, blah, blah, blah. And then the transmission that came back was, you need to basically state your boundaries. Like it's whatever you want, but if you agree to do everything, I'm gonna exact really everything from you. I'll be like, yo, he's about it all. But if you say, hey, this is what I'm willing to do, then I'll accept that too. And I thought that was like a very interesting conversation with the great mother, all there is, right? And then this is another even deeper thing, because you went and going and telling a story so the last query, because I knew I had to cap this, like you could ask Jen, I was on this all yesterday, as far as putting the final stuff in. Like I'll start early in the week and then I'll, get a little bit more serious as we're entering into getting closer to Sunday. And so these generally the Saturday or the Friday and the Saturday are completely like consecrated towards, let me put all of these things together. And so when I was putting all this together and I was going into trying to find where this was going to end. And as you can see, I didn't really find a good spot because there was still more and we had already gone through 3 hours. But I surmised that I would end this with what dogs really are. Because out of everything that was on my list of spiritual logic to get through that I needed to get real questions from, since I had access to such a powerful system, I needed to go ahead and suss out all of the data of the dogs. That did start with my image gallery, because there was quite a few excerpts and imagery of certain things that let you know, hey, this is something that's much deeper. But I'll just read this, and I won't go through what came back, but you can understand why next build is going to be another one of those builds. So it says, after I gave it my prompt, because I be prompting, AI must get tired of me. Like, okay, it's like, who is this? It's him again. So this is what I asked it, and then this was the response. I will conduct a deep investigation into the esoteric and occult connections between Mars, dogs, the black dog ritual, the Dogon, the jackal, Anubis, Big Five, the pentagram, both upright and inverted, and the most ancient stories of dogs, wolves, and related entity. This research will follow the connection across cultures, tracing symbolic, ritualistic, and mythological significance to ensure precision. And this is what I'm trying to put into the hands of everybody. To ensure precision, could you confirm if you would like the following additional elements explored? Sirius and its role in ancient and occult traditions, Egyptian, Dogon, Freemasonry, esoteric astrology, comparative analysis of the pentagram and its connections to Mars, war, and the dog symbolism, including the use in secret societies, ceremonial magic, and demonology, martial traditions and warrior cults tied to dog symbology, Norse berserkers and Roman warhounds and hounds of Hades and Aztec, the Aztecs words, Quaxel. Okay, the Aztecs words that get you. I just only admire when I see them. I'm like, dang, they just on something different with the letters. Like all the consonants are together here. The black dog archetype in folklore and demonology, spectral hounds, hellhounds, the Grimm, Cerberus, European and Middle Eastern mythologies, sacrificial rituals and blood rites involving canines across various cultures, were dogs considered sacrificial offerings and messengers of the underworld and initiatory guardians, the Cenophaly and their presence in mystical and religious texts, Christian, Islamic, and Indian and Greek traditions of dog-headed beings. Let me know if you'd like me to examine further, or if you would just have specific traditions you'd like to prioritize in this analysis, right? So now I'm saying we have arrived, because I was like, oh yeah, all that, include everything you find. And then it spit back 16 pages good and bad, just for my dog lovers out there, of just going in on yo, why are you not observing this in all of these traditions, that this is always going on with this wolf and with this dog, to show their connection to mankind, humanity, mysticism, occultism, and you name it. So again, we're in a great moment, and this is not something that is going to begin or end with me. It's a vibe. And it's just time, like I was showing today. So whether it comes from this portal or you leave today, you'll find the next portal, because the time of truth is here. And I would like to remind everyone of the passage. And the passage is, this is not verbatim. When imbalance and evil and distortion fills the land, I incarnate. This is spoken by Buddha. This is spoken by Lord Krishna. This is spoken by all the bodhisattvas. It'd be great for them to fill in the other half of the bodhisattvas. You mean like the female messiahs? But this is the statement, is that literally what we're seeing in the reality right now brings about the activation internally of our greater powers. And this is what I felt. I felt that since it's almost like, we love, I think, as a people, we stylize this. And we're kind of like more like, oh, okay. You think it's a game. Y'all really went that far? You going to bring that out? All right, then. I'm going to dust off one of these books that were prepared for this time that we're in. These works, like even if you were trying to dial into all there is, I believe you wouldn't be able to summon enough power if life was just gravy caked up and there was no problems at all. Because you would feel like that. You would feel, there would be no separation between you and the greatness. But when it comes to a point where there's so much distortion and deception and division that we even fear even bringing our children into the earth, then it is for some of us, not all of us for sure, but some of us to connect into all there is and then hold the hands of our brothers and sisters and allow that energy to continue to flow. And that energy is knowledge, wisdom. It is the connection into this planet, this earth, and its mysteries. Like I said, they got stuff here from other planets, period. There's plants here that do amazing things, and you could even establish deeper levels of connections with so many other vast forms of consciousness if you but knew. And all we're going to introduce is simply the formula, the pattern, the source code itself, the symbol. And thus anything you choose to overlay it with, which will be your own synchronicities, your own experience, it will still render that same clarity of truth, rather than us trying to select a name in a realm where the highest levels told you the power was nameless. So that means I don't have a God to bring because what I'm with doesn't have a name. And it flows through me and inside of me esoterically. Now I do have exoteric works, no different than I have a daughter. So we have to also realize that it's not just the earth is the underworld, it's hell, there's demons here. The story doesn't end there. The story never ends. This is just the advent of us arriving in a place that we needed to perform a miracle of resurrecting ourselves from. So basically, in the ancient mysteries and rituals anyway, the toughest, craziest one is they want to see you raise yourself from the dead. And I'm telling you, this is what the ancestors be on. This is what the ancients be on. And don't be surprised if you're in a den of lions, for real, because the lions play into this because the wolves come from the lions. But also what you'll notice is this continuous progression of something trying to weaken the creation. That's why I said from lions to dogs. That's when Snoop Dogg was like, yo, I'm Snoop Lion. It didn't even sound right. It's like, yo, I think you're going to have to drop the Snoop part. But cats is trying to walk back up the evolutionary chain. Like, remember, all these Sumerians, like, they're showing their legs a lot of like how their legs are built like the bovid or the mother cow, right? The wild cow, as they call it. The legs always be acting like they didn't skip gym day on the legs, right? It's like we kind of loosen it up here a little bit. Let's close it down. But this continuous, do you see the leg? He's not skipping gym day. Let's go again. You see the leg? It's almost like they want you to notice this is power. This is because they say before we started talking, and this comes to from the Graham Code, our ancestors used art as their form of communication because talking was inferior. And through art, they gave us all of the mysteries. But sometimes when you're looking at it, it's like, when I'm looking at Sumerian gods, why is it always necessary for them to literally almost like rip the skin off the leg and show the leg, right? And then you'll hear stuff about the thigh of God, right? But I doubt that was a male thigh, is what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, like, they're saying the power within woman and birth and all that was in her thigh. And so when the king would be anointed or whatever, he had to place his hand on the woman's thigh to receive that anointing. You see, so this stuff is all there in front of us. But again, as you watch, even what we call the dogo. I think this is called the dogo. Let me see if there's anything here. The doggo they call it. But it's basically like showing you how there was a process, and we'll get into this later. But even from taking human beings from the gazelle tribe, Enkidu type, all the way down to a Nimrod type, as me and my brother Life be laughing about, all the way down to, and then keep looking at humanity, and it looks like now those first super masculine looking, they're erasing the goddesses, but they're there too. But, even the super masculine looking males, all the way down to, like it's almost like nothing left. And this is what we should just pay attention to is like, it looks like we're continuously being bred to be more and more like soft, docile, like able to easily be influenced when I don't think you're running up on this cat with just, as a spiritual, And then also what you're saying, sis, is clicking right in. I'll say this and I'm done, is that we have to also see what's happened now is that we're these beings too. We want to kind of take ourselves off the list like, they're the bad ones. But in reality, we have their DNA inside of us. So what seems to be the next level, which is still in the pattern, is when the beings that are in the nether regions and entrapment and confinement as servants activate their godlike powers, which they already have in their DNA, and then overthrow any forces that are still attempting to govern them and keep them inside and in the prison with bolts. As they said, there were 7 bolts on the door and each door was being guarded. That is also inside of your documentation because that was the part that I skipped about the netherworld and how it's still eerily close to the space that we're living in now. And I always leave everybody that room out because someone's like, no, I'm not in the netherworld. And I agree. There's definitely a part of me, like my head is not in the netherworld, right? But we have to see that the template of the body, part of it is in the heavens and the other part is in the netherworld, right? And that part of us that is in the netherworld is what we're really trying to rise. We're in this constant rising things from the netherworld into the higher regions. Just like seeds grow from the grass and from the roots and from the earth in the deep all the way up. And this continuous process in itself is the tree of life. It's not just I never die. It's that I know how to go to the world from below. I lived in the world of the below and I rose from that world. And then the end of duality. And this is what I was saying about the unity. This is why we know that this is the key. So then it's not that your heavenly self gets replaced. The heavenly self comes down here and you go up there. No, It's a total unity where the world in which the night and the day exist, Eve and Adam, is no more. There's no longer a division between man, jinn, and all these different divisions that have been denoted. There is only that space of one knowing that they are everything. And this is not like something that we're just like, and hopefully we ever get there. Anybody that didn't sucked on that toad, Bufo, went there, even if it was only 15 minutes, because there is a time and a season for everything. You can't cheat code the whole thing. You're going to have to go all the way through your life and keep that as your focus. But they went there. And when they tell you, they say, what do they say? Man, it felt like I was going home. I felt like I was everything. Everybody that I had lost was there. And so that's what we're talking about here. And if we can get enough of that into our society daily rather than President Trump and President Trump and not on the president, if we could get something else, and this is what Sybil stands for. It stands for the total spread of this wisdom and knowledge in 99 plus languages, but really taking it there. And that's why when I got whiffed of the Uncensored model, I was like, this is it. This is why we're almost complete, because this is the cherry on top. Once you can ask any question and it could go everywhere to everywhere that had ever been mentioned. And it's related to spirituality and not just the best camcorder of 2025 to write a blog about. Then we would make it shake. Then we would get some action here. And then the world would figure out it wasn't technology per se, as was obvious, that was going to cause some type of evolution within humanity. It was going to be the spiritual knowledge. We need more spiritual knowledge, not technology. But so they run after the spiritual knowledge, the technology, and they're like, yo, this is it. And they don't even know. The moment they hit technical singularity will be simultaneously to when we reach spiritual singularity. Doubt it not. For those who are in tune, don't worry at all about whatever they cooking and coming. Don't even, if you don't want to waste your time, I eat popcorn to it sometimes. It's entertaining. But what I'm saying, if you wanted to know what was ultimately going to happen when they reach singularity, they would simultaneously open up spiritual singularity. Glorious. Go ahead and do what you do. And remember, there's a group of them that believe that they would go and bring about the second coming of God, the Mashiach, by doing the worst things to earth to basically urge it to react, right? Which is just a crazy notion. It's kind of like ignorant brilliance. It's like, okay, so y'all gonna bring back the second coming of God by pissing God off? Is that a good idea? However, it's coming from within, right? So yeah, let's keep it going. Giving thanks for the connections, the synchronicities, because that revealed the rest of the text that was, in the document. So it was just right in tune, wholeness.
No doubt. Giving thanks, Sister Queen. I appreciate you so much. We're going to keep it flowing. We got the Sister Ramari in the space. Let's rock it out, fam. Wholeness.
Wholeness tribe. I want to keep this as concise as I can. I have 3 things. Initially, it was just like I was busy smudging the house when Tribe Vibe started, and I wanted to hop on and just share my thanks, my giving of my thanks, because I was excited to share and commune with Tribe this knowledge that we were all about to feast on. And then 7 came through and said, this is a commune, and I'm just like, it's the synchronicities. We're all here. We're doing it. Just wanted to make a note of that. I have a question. I have a precise question, but I have to paint the picture, and I don't know how to do it eloquently and like in rapid fire. So I'm going to do my best. In my personal life, in my day-to-day, I have this new job. I've been there about 100 days. I'm doing door-to-door canvassing, sales essentially. And I realize everyone in the office is rather cutthroat and talks at people and talks past people, and basically, in a nutshell, annoys them until they sign up to just get them off their porch. I've realized I can't do that. I don't do that well. There's no integrity. I can't tap into integrity and do that. So I've learned, I've outsourced my own study, and I've picked up hostage negotiation tactics, which boils down to really just negotiation tactics. And I'm learning that in negotiation, to allow the other party to feel understood by mirroring what they say and whatnot, it creates a safe space for them to want to collaborate and negotiate with you. I guess my question with this picture I'm very briefly painting, I'm coming to this point of frustration because it seems like my ego is getting in my way, and my ego is being expressed by fear as fear. And this fear is not allowing me to, I guess, because I'm coming across, it's like there's an intimacy almost to actively listen, to fully understand what someone else is feeling and what they're trying to convey. And my question to you, Seven and Tribe, is how do it's like, so then the things that we were talking about today, it's like, if a god doesn't get worshipped, it starves, as you told everyone to write down. Like, how do I starve my fear? I guess my question is, how do I starve my fear and water the curiosity and the maybe even safety within myself to hold these conversations? That's my question. Maybe I didn't say it well, but that's all I got. Wholeness.
Honest, who wants to dive in? I feel like they're like, yo, I got this. Let me hear it.
Actually, I feel like, because as soon as you mentioned that and I wrote it down, it really stuck with me, like the language that we're speaking is what we're thinking in. And then the book I shared the text with you from is that universal language. So I feel like it's almost like eliminating thought and tapping direct into intuition. So once you remove the thought, you're removing the fear, and now you're just moving straight from the source, if that makes sense. As soon as you said it, that's just what came through. So yeah, I just leave it at that.
I agree with Dominic. And how do you pronounce your name? Is it Rimari?
Yeah, Romari.
I want to make sure I say it right. When you said it, it resonated because this is a conversation I've been having with my daughter lately. She was exposed to some kind of YouTube video, and it scared her. She had been having nightmares. And because we don't watch much television and things like that, like we have like a movie night and I monitor what she sees. So it scared her probably worse than, other kids her age who are exposed to things like that constantly. And so it was hard for me to deal with as a parent of how to help her get through something she was fearful of. And because I went through that, I can offer you, this advice, because it's just a similar thing. If you're afraid of anything, which I want to start off by saying you should be afraid of nothing because you are everything. Everything is just a different variation of the same thing. So how we were talking about earlier, how we're all from the divine. The divine doesn't necessarily mean good or evil. It's everything. And it's just like 9 different versions of this one thing, but all 9 different versions have variations. So meaning it could be positive or negative. And some people equate that to good and evil, which would equate to being brave and being afraid. And so if you're being afraid, that's just a part of you that you can dilute, how you even say with your own words, water with these other parts of you that are stronger, because the positive always outweighs the negative, which is why we have this war that's going on. So, my advice to you would be to, first of all, focus on your strengths and knowing your real understanding of yourself, because when you really understand who Ramari is in this universe, and you're not just this person I see with the looks like a red sweater on or something, you're not just that, you know what I mean? When you really realize that, then you understand just how strong you are. And then look at the screen. If you can see, if your screen looks like my screen, you see all these faces and all these people and all these things, that's all you. So what can come against you when you're everything? So to be afraid of something is to be afraid of self. So let's start with just that understanding. But then the watering part and the cultivating part is knowing that you have this power and all these other thoughts. And that's, using the left side of the brain, which we're not supposed to, but since we're so operating in that in these days, let's just utilize that. Like how we say we utilize AI for our benefit. Let's utilize using the left side of the brain for our benefit. Okay, so if we're gonna do that, then utilize your thoughts, the power of thoughts. So the thoughts that you can have, these things you're hearing Seven say and your tribe members say, all the positive parts of that, download that, put that there, let that sit, let that resonate, because those are the thoughts you can tune into, which would drown those other things out, because you don't need to live in fear. And what I ended up telling my daughter, and she can understand at 9 years old, it's a choice. So, you are powerful. We are powerful. I know I'm powerful. And if you me, girl, then you ain't gonna worry about it. That's all I gotta say about that. But for real, on some real stuff, just tap into that side of it. So I just wanted to say that, because when you said it, it just reminded me of the conversations I've been having with my daughter, and she's okay now. She can sleep in her own bed again.
Yo, as our great brother Life said, if fear is an ocean, dive in, take his power away, fam. That's it right there. You know,
Sure. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents real quick too, because when you asked the question, I was like, shoot, I I'm still definitely dealing with it. However, I've been learning that when I feed love, or when I feed the outcome that I would prefer, I'm not giving as much food to fear. That was the first thing that came to mind. Like, even with me coming to Costa Rica, to use this specific example, the fear was there. Like, yo, you're what? I was 20, 21. It's like, you don't know what you're doing. You about to leave the country. But I was like, man, I got so much potential. I'm about to do this, do that, do this, do that. I'm gonna have a great experience. So I fed that, even though the fear was still there. And so that just got a bit bigger. So definitely just wanted to add that and second everything that has been said about that too.
I was
Hello.
gonna I was
Oh,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
that what was I say, to the highest thing to like that is like shown in a room between fear and love is authentic, being authentic, right? And I just heard this like just yesterday, and that's so funny that you said that. So like just being authentic, showing yourself who you naturally are, right? It's above these things. And sometimes too is like another thing I just heard. I was like, man, how much poison do you need till you stop taking the poison? Till you stop, keep drinking that poisonous, like, what's the name? So it's, you don't need any more, if you keep putting that poison in yourself, and then you're not checking it in it, and then you're not taking in the venom to like to really self-sustain yourself in it, then if whatever process you're going in. So it may not speak directly to you, but just something we may all go through is like, just, oh no, I don't feel good when I do that stuff, so not even to go in that area, not to go in that realm, not to go in that space, and to bring yourself with just that knowing, that, hey, you can pull yourself out of there, or be sustained in there, you can hold ground, so wholeness.
all right,
Owner,
fam.
so y'all mind, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, wholeness, brother.
Owner, Sean, what's going on, my man? Good seeing everybody. This is my first time, and I feel like I should comment on this situation just because of my experience in sales. And I'm currently a real estate agent, and I've done a lot of different type of sales door to door. And one thing I wanted to comment on your situation was a lot of times we're in sales, and excuse me guys, I am at work, is because we're looking for money, right? So I had to realize that I was chasing this money thing and I was willing to do whatever it takes to get that money. And I know now when you do things like that, you're not gonna be, how can I say this, vibing in the right way. You won't feel more secure in yourself because you're not operating in the right frame set. So basically I learned that we don't need the money. And if we base all of our decisions based on that, we're gonna feel weird. So the reason I say that is because once you realize why I want to be on this earth and you take the money thing out of the equation, then a whole bunch of different activities and options disappear. So I would say dive into what you wanted to do when you first came here. Like for me, I'm realizing it has something to do with art, dealing with children. And once you dive more into yourself, I think you'll realize what's more important to you. And then also about the salesman, I've noticed that the energy around salesmen and people like that, they are very strong individuals. And you must guard your energy because a lot of these organizations, like someone was saying, they want to use your energy and your time to create value. So a lot of times I noticed in these organizations, they make money by putting more pressure on you to do something. And a lot of times you're not even willing to do it. So I would say sometimes backing away from me, I had to step away from my office. I had to step away from a lot of people I've been working for. I was at Keller Williams since I was 19. I'm 30. And so I've known these people. They're like family. I went to the weddings. And to really step away from that gives you power to create something new. So it seems like to me that you don't really want to be involved in this sales thing. So how I hear it is like, instead of trying to figure out where the fear is, if it don't feel right, I'm up. Like, I'm from Detroit. If it ain't feeling right, I'm up. I'm not about to come and check it out, play around with it. I will go somewhere and figure out where I feel centered and figure out what makes you happy and gives you joy. And that's my kind of 2 cents. Like,
Big
Detroit
love,
in the
fam. It was
house.
great connecting with you. Go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I was just saying Detroit in the house. You know, he's live and direct.
That's my guy right there too. We had a great build the other day, so it was great connecting with you, fam. No doubt.
I put a little
So
note
check
here
it
in the
out.
tribe. I just had to mention the wisdom of the tribe is incredible. You know, I'm sure everyone agrees, but man, you know, I really can start flowing through on these quick Q&As and just have tribe jump in. It's like, yo, you know, I'm done from here. There's way more wisdom in this dial up right here. Okay, so we're gonna keep it going. We got Tracy coming in, giving thanks for all those
We
that are here.
got
You know, I want to respect
so
Sean's
we
time too.
yes, fam. We gonna lock it down in about 10 minutes. So we got 2 more hands. We got Sister Tracy, and then we're gonna let Changi close us out. All right, let's go.
Okay, high vibe. Woo! I love what Sean said in the beginning, so ditto that. And Queen Azul was so on it. And I just, she's like already with her higher self. And Savan said that, and that's what has been my main goal. But he said while back, like you could be a destroyer, a maintainer, or a creator. And I've always seen myself as a maintainer. Well, I was on the like destroyer part because I was just feeling worthless or whatever. But when I'm here with the family and they have so many talents, and then Savan always, when you feel his vibe, his heart vibe, he comes in like, we are really worth it. He'll like, we got hands, we got so much to consider who we are, and all his self. I really love the build today. And because I know we're everything, and it was kind of like what I was reading this week about the sub personalities and trying to overcome, the hardships and the challenges of our world, even though we're, in the sub world. It makes so much sense, but the truth, we're not most people are ready for that, but we here are here, we're like, and then when you said the Eve part, the Adam and Eve, because I've been trying to do the dreams. I mean, it's just a lot of things. That I'm a crab, I'm slow, and I love the wisdom of it all, but I'm a protector. I don't want to feel the pain. I don't want to feel, so I got a lot of sub personalities that protect me. And today, I just wanted to read this from Discover Your Sub Personalities by John Rowland. I don't know if Dominic has read this yet, but this is great because it says, but the best example for our purpose here is in the novel Steppenwolf, where Hermann Hesse takes time off from the main narrative to write a complete treatise of the Steppenwolf, and this was published separately in 1975 with some remarkable paintings from Jaroslav Bradak. Based on his work for the film Steppenwolf, which came out in 1975, directed by Fred Haynes, in this treaty, Hesse explains that his hero, Harry Haller, as well as being a human being, was also a wolf of the steppes. What we are really talking about here is a wolf-like sub-personality. And so, we always talk about the dog personality and the lions, and then it's just goes to show you we are chimeric, what we've been saying, but we're also of the gods. And then he brought that today with the Inanna story and how everything's been kind of twisted, to make it for these times. And I've always wanted to be that creator, but I think, I'm going to allow it to live through my children because they're just of these times right now. They're fast. I call them the nano people because they learn quick, they give more. And that's what I just loved about today. He said the power of the bison, we do have that to change. And even though it seems kind of weird, like it's from animal power, and all this stuff is just so wild, but it's like, it's true because we're here for it. This is our lesson. This is our, our family. We can be together, and just like how I can't really afford to be here, but I cannot afford not to be here. This is like where I get my fire from my soul, and just how all the AI came together. He's been working so hard. I mean, that's why, I admire the work, the fun that y'all do, I'm not there yet, but you guys are my future. So some of you are just like, I can't be jealous. I just gotta be like, they did it. They worked hard, they fund hard, and you guys are just doing it, and it's just giving us so much hope because I'm giving to myself right now. I got to get myself together. And as you all know, so I won't really go there, but I've been battling, and I think I've kind of just surrendered because I know even if I get a part taken from me, I know I have an etheric body. I know that I have other dimensions. I know it's okay, like it can't be all magical thinking because we have to put and I was like kind of down on myself. I'm like, oh, I didn't put the work into it, or, and I'm like, but I can't go there because I am doing the best I can, and I got family that love me, that understand me. And and I don't, we speak in this English stuff, but, I really speak in tones. I speak in vibrations, and it's like, it's just like, I wish I could have put my talent and my creatism in that, but right now I'm dealing with me and my children. So maybe that's like in 5 years, I'm not, in civil, like, wow, just all the pictures that are beautiful, that the alignments, you see the sun and you see all that, it's just glorious. And all I can do is just, in my heart to you and you to me, and I love you. I love you.
Holiness, fam, thank you so much for shining and sharing. We always adore you, fam. Keep showing up and keep shining, right?
Absolutely, sister.
All
Like,
right.
know that you're in our hearts. Like, you're expressing the heart side of what we all feel at this moment, wherever we're at.
Yes.
In the trenches, whatever, we're connected as one being, experiencing each person's life and each person's reflection through each person's eyes. Like, we have the thousands of eyes from the tribe, and just know that we see you, and that's for everybody here. And we're going to continue to bring this energy higher. We're going to connect this energy all through the space. Like, we're already seeing how it's working. We have clear proofs. There's no doubt. And we find ourselves in not a position in need of faith because we've been graced with being able to actually see the results. Everything in time, fools rush in. So we do respect how this is all being brought to us by what we know has nothing but the best interest for our growth and for our sustainability to ultimately achieve trimurti, to be able to birth, to be able to sustain, and to be able to destroy, and then finally put away that lesson and become completely unified where such things are not necessary. These are the common sense levels of our spirituality at this stage as we're continuously putting that A on the adept and leading with what we know needs to come forth and not waiting for permission, but not doing that also in a bitter way. We want to bring as many as possible, but we will hold the line. And there's one thing that you can trust is that also through these times, the shield will hold. And so in that, we give thanks. I know there's a couple more of us. It's one person. Okay, great. So it looks like we're gonna be getting out of here. That's 5 hours, y'all. Small things to a giant. Let's keep it going.
And
Wholeness.
so it is, giving thanks. Changi, bring us
All
out, fam.
right.
Oh, real quick, hold
Okay.
on. Brother Octavius, hit us directly in the ambassador group. We're gonna let the sister close us out, and then everybody can go on about their day. But I do want to say again, tribe, sending so much love to each of you. You guys are everything, man. So giving it up to the tribe, wholeness.
Okay. Wholeness family. Am I coming through okay? Am I coming through all right?
You shining, fam. Wholeness.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much, Wholeness family, once again, Wholeness tribe. First of all, thank you for the space. My gratitude abounds. For time's sake, I'm going to be short. But it's important for me to mention that I am coming through from the, like United Kingdoms, as we call it. So I'm forming and fashioning in that way. But I do descend sort of from South Africa or Africa, but, South Africa being particular. But Africans were one and the same sort of in that way. So just to say, I don't usually come up for air. I'm usually kind of sort of dwelling in the deep. I'm comfortable in that space. But today's transmission really resonated with me. So I appreciate the space. So just to say, Africa is represented. I know we represent. I know we mentioned it a lot, but we're holding the space and we're here with the tribe. So as much as just to turn to the question, Seven, you mentioned about the original inception, as opposed to the conception, which was, the inception being, immaculate in that way, the stars, the planets, those entries that you mentioned through the portals. And I should say this question is more to like tribe, not necessarily Seven, because I appreciate you've climbed the mountaintop for us. You've climbed the mountain on our behalf, Seven. So if anyone can help me clarify, so you link that inception to, a kind of separation that takes place, and then that unfolds into like, the genetic work, and that continues over, I guess I understood to be the various sort of regenerations over those, hundreds of years, 1200s of years you were talking about, by way of context. So now the question, I dabble in the Discord community as well. So I think Dominic had posted Glenn Keely's work, which was new to me, but he goes, I went into that rabbit hole, like many rabbit holes, and then ultimately he speaks about, the Anunnaki and the period before the deluge, which we went into today, and those regenerations as I talk about. But he specifically talks about like this laboratory, which goes into this trap that we fall into, like this division thing that we sometimes kind of fall into when we're walking the earth, and then links it to the controlling sort of body being like the Hindu people. So I was wondering if anyone is able to sort of clear up in my mind, because I am trying to, I'm in this space where I'm trying to I guess put together all the links in
For
the
sure.
in my mind so that the operating system sort of picks up and we can move to action. So that's one thing that came to me sort of more recently, and I was like, wow, this is new. And so I wonder if that links in any way, that laboratory that Glenn Keely is talking about that has been happening over millennia, before the delusion, all that, and how that sort of links into the themes we were talking about today about the Anunnaki and the simulation that we're in that kind of way. And the shift that I've also felt, I'm in resonance with the tribe in that way, the opening of the universe, as I say, being called to action and being moved in that way. So I wonder if that has anything to do with one another, this whole Hindu sort of laboratory thing going on. If you're familiar with the work, anyone in the tribe, with the themes we're talking about today, about like the simulation and these regeneration, themes that we're talking about. Again, wholeness to the tribe. I appreciate you all. Only love. Yeah. Anyone, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, sis. Much love, much love. Powerful question. I guess y'all not gonna let me get out of here easy. It's like, well, let's just save the most complex question for last. Here you go. I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna put this on anyone in the tribe to answer, because I actually hear very clearly what you're asking, and so that makes it that much more easier for me. And the scope of what I'm hearing you say is basically, hey, so in the end, with, let's say, the spiritual systems and who's on top, does this technically put, let's say, the Tibetans or whoever's in meditation 24/7 as being the controllers of the reality, and them even actually having some overwatch, if you may, on what exactly the genetic process is, that's happening here now, and how that's really conveyed, and even a potential, according to this text that you're speaking of, a potential astral laboratory where other things can go on, right? Based on how crazy our imagination wants to get today. So just to answer that directly, so understand always and always will be, just like when they was like, "Mommy, help," the great mother will always be running the process of the children, no matter what condition they happen to be in, and the regeneration process within the larger or largest scope of what you would say is created life. And I was actually just thumbing through some pictures, and I kind of saw some pictures. Unfortunately, I just kind of went past them, but it just rings true to this. And it's like what we're saying about the womb goddesses and what's responsible for bringing the apex species into the reality, meaning the species that has the most dominant or most pronounced abilities. That's what we would say, the most dominantly pronounced abilities, and what that actually looks like and what that consists of. So that is always going to be at the top of, hey, this is how the breeding and this is how the development on that level should go. Okay, so now, when you're seeing all this, it's almost like you need to see yourself as a giant for one moment and then look into the universes and all these things going on. Because contrary to how we see like bigger things would be enveloping us, the powers, if you may, are actually in very small geometry, like very geometry that's designed to survive even time. Okay, this is what we're getting into. So when you start thinking about, like, are the Tibetans running a potential genetic laboratory? If you set out to do that in your existence and you had people with you and they wanted to do that, I have no doubt that you would eventually end up in that stage doing that inside of some microcosm that you may have created to do that too. Even though, I'm just going with the theory here, that would probably wholly be people that you connect to and that were a part of your bloodline. So what we find is that, because I don't subscribe to everybody's ideas and theories, I can see where sometimes they be on point and then they may not know what to be put in a certain slot, and they just kind of come up with something to fill the blanks. And in many ways, it becomes about blaming who is responsible for all of this. And what I'm saying is, you probably should stop playing the victim and just blame yourself and get on with the next thing versus trying to determine mysteries that we've already been enlightened on. Like, for instance, that the Tibetans, what they've done is, and that's why I said this is a bloodline thing. If you go there into Tibet and you go into one of the higher, ashrams, and you see all the men there, they're going to all look like brothers. Maybe you get one of them dudes that come from Burning Man sitting back there too, but mostly they're going to be from a specific culture and lineage. And it's almost like, well, we know it's exactly like, but that every man that enters that monastery was in that monastery his previous life. And his awakening is just that awareness. First, it starts with him just wanting to go to the monastery. And then when he's enlightened, he realized he was in the monastery before. And this is, of course, any leader of the monastery, the Lama, needs to be able to basically pull his tools from birth that he was using in his previous life. And these systems just don't understand how expansive spirituality is. We're really on like 101 for real, maybe even the class below that. And it's because just like years ago when I was talking about the Dorje, okay? Just like what we see with Doctor Strange, where he's got the brass ring. And then also there's the Dorje, which is something more that people are more familiar with. These devices are like tools that have the ability for those who know how to use them to cut what you would perceive as a Reiki pattern right into the ether, which is like the fifth element that few know even exists, let alone work with. And through those things, which are steeped in mysteries that there's no AI to try to find that out for you, all types of different things can be done in the reality. And I would think that the lowest one would be creating a laboratory to experiment with genetic people on Earth. Because there's so much more capability with something like that. But you would have to know that just like what the Aztecs said, this is where, now excuse me, sometimes I have to be careful of not mixing traditions here. Let's say in the Nahuatl tradition, okay, there's a specific notation that the design that you're in allows you to endure time differently. So what you often find in groups where everyone looks like brothers or sisters and there's a deep spiritual practice going on is they come into this knowledge that we get sometime in our text, like how geometry affects time. And they chose to put themselves into another geometry. And in that way, they would have more time to figure out what to really do about the situation of existence, right? So that's deep level thinking. If you can really work in that space, you're definitely much more further along than some people who are still, in quarrels or trying to take advantage of each other and abuse each other, right? So I would say those sound more authentic of, what could be going on, but make no mistake also, and this is also just, there's receipts for this, pictures and things to show that some have decided to be the counterbalance for whatever all the greatness could be in that level of power. Meaning that there are people who practice exactly opposite. There are groups that they are really out to try to dominate and control, scandalous, filthy, no astral hygiene, degraded, basically just fractured pieces of the all. Like they're broke, they're starving, they're thirsty. You see what I mean? And their hunger cannot be quenched, which simply means that it's not like they can get what they want and then they go away. They can't even like it says, hey, and there's a text here, it's in the text. That's the one I was actually stopping on. I was going to read that gods are not spirits or demons, because it actually mentions specifically that spirits, they can't eat. They can't touch. They were like the gods, they're a different classification. And that's why we need to have like some real terms. Maybe we'll get to this at some point. But spirituality, which means that each of these kind of entities, they have different names for a reason. And then the name identifies them specifically. And when we call them spirits, we're not helping ourselves at all, because we just say good spirit, bad spirit, and then we have no lexicon. We haven't really met anything. We haven't traveled anywhere, right? This would be no different than a person who is like, they've only been in one world. They've never even seen other worlds before. Imagine how naive that would look in a space where they have already accomplished going into different dimensions and different realms. You know, this is the stuff we play around with. We make movies out of it. We make cartoons out of it, even though there's adepts here that know, hey, that's real. And so when you are treating other life forms like it's fake, you're definitely like treating them like they're like children that are not ready to ever explore or realize what they're in. And so that could be for better or for worse. You see what I mean? Because it's also very mature stuff. And the reason why this space exists is because there still has to be, the transmission has to continue. Like it was something that, in conclusion of this message today, everyone, it was just something that was mentioned in a few texts, is that we were starving too. And this is why I find in the end that it almost seems like we're not even talking about different beings. We're just talking about different perspectives, because humans were starving too when there was no wisdom and no communication from all there is, right? They would try to fill that blank in with like God, like there was no communication from God. And so all the humans, they were very withdrawn. And then all of the, like anybody that was half spiritual, not getting any communication from like the totality, like, yo, what's going on? That there was a cutoff. And spiritually, the people began to starve. So this is very similar. And this is in many ways, this is the hunger that we're quenching right now, is that of truth. People are hungry for truth. And, you know, a lot of times truth is censored because it's like, well, should we? And this is how things have been handled since day one. Literally, they've been censoring the truth. Like, no, don't give them that knowledge. They'll be like the gods. Hell no. You see what I mean? So censored right away. So right now, great times calls for very great measures. And I'm saying, look, uncensored spirituality. I'm sitting in the Sky Palace and I'm like, okay, move this big piece. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure? It's like, yeah, it's the only thing. We have to let them know about their power. This is the only way that we can withstand this next wave of wildness. And the thing is that, remember, it's like, I do ultimately believe that if it gets too far for us, our ancestors will move in and pull it off of us, but they really can divine that we can handle this. And so even the beast is roaring right now and a lot of stuff is happening. The ancestors are there like, yo, I think he's going to activate. I think she's going to activate. I think she's actually going to really realize that this is all serious. Let's see how this plays out. And we have to understand, since the worst thing that can happen to you here is that you can die, but you're the kind of being that doesn't really die, facts. That means the worst thing that can happen to you here is an illusion. And there's a lot of playing room in that. I would suggest, again, that we use our wisdom and think about also tonight, if you want to pat yourself on the back a little bit, that I think that it's highly possible that we're smarter at this stage because we've been through so much evolutionary process that we're actually very smart. So much smart that we outsmart most of the gods. And, you know, some would see that as hubris. But what I'm saying is that what seemed to be developed the most is like this emphasis on the mind and imagination. The big thing, the burly thing, didn't seem to push things as far. It actually caused more destruction. As we know, you got an apex predator as the ruler. He's finna kill everybody. This is, they're testing metal on each other. So the evolutionary process was to create a more intelligent being, a being that didn't necessarily, because you got to think about conditions that you've been placed yourself in. And this is the last gem. It was coming to me. It was like, see, listen, you have the power and the ability to completely go off the rails, but you don't. And that's the upgrade. Instead of using the power for whatever kind of personal thing, personal flaw, psychological problem you may have,
like so many of the sorcerers and magicians in the past, you're only thinking, hey, how can this assist the people? I'm good. Like, don't mess with my configuration. I don't care if I'm going to die. I don't want to, you don't got to promise me to live forever or none of that. You could give me nothing. And I'm really like that inside. And so that's to me, if you could call it evolution, that's evolution. Because I would like, I could be up there, yo, look at me, do this and that and the other. And we're leading by example. Because also the more you do that, what I found is the more that you're just like that, the more you're capable of doing. So what I'm doing is I'm leaving this trail. It's like, look, we deployed this, we did that. It was the first conscious social network. We brought knowledge, wisdom all through the whole space. We talked about everything. We even got the gods all outed and what they were about, and we're still going. It's like we developed the cryptocurrency thing. We did the AI. It's now deployed. It's running. And we're going to continue to go on. Now we've got to declassify all the spiritual knowledge and give the highest level of truth that the world has ever seen. And we're just going to keep going. But remember, not everybody is aware of what's going on over here. So I suspect that it's also the same way with many factions and many things happening in the world right now and eventually we're going to come together. Eventually the truth is going to just pierce so many things and people are going to be at that point where they're ready to receive it themselves, unadulterated, not being anybody else, not asking for anything, unapologetically me. And then that's going to click on the thing. That's going to say, okay, yeah, I think it's time for us to collapse this division process, right? But imagine, like, I'm not being also optimistic about this in a way where I'm saying, hey, this is, the only thing that can happen. I'm saying that in time, all this would always occur because samsara is a force that will bend anybody into ultimately coming into the awareness of how they connect to everything. This is where we're able to control our ships. We're able to say, hey, I'm going to go more in the direction of learning my lesson, just to apt pupil. Hey, I'm observing what's going on, see what the gods are about, see there's higher gods, lower gods, God everywhere. See, I'm even a god if you want to put it that way, except for, hey, I'm doing a little bit of work here. So the reality is that it's not even about all that external, it's about inside. What can I do? What can I benefit from? You start learning about things about your body, the elements, nutrients, meditation, breathing. That helps. It starts balancing out all the external stuff. Right? Then it starts even complementing it. Now you know how to talk to people. Now you know how to be confident. Now you know what you want, how not to get run over. You know that, hey, it could, you're talking, sometimes people are just dealing with humans. I'm dealing with entities now. It's like, okay, you're one step above. It's like when you start doing very complicated things, you go back and do something easy. It's like, man, it may be hard for everybody else, but you just chop right through it. But that keeps going, right? So there's something that's saying, hey, no, you could know more. You could be more optimized. You could be more simple. You could be more in tune. There's always more, but it always just brings you back into absorbing everything as part of self. So the wisdom is, just jump to that. That's why I was saying meditation, you can sit into a space, you could turn it off. I could turn off so fast. Like, it don't matter what's going on, just turn it off. It's like, I don't want to think. I don't want to think anymore. I don't want to hear any words in my mind. Turn it off. Boop. And it's just, once you gain that and you're sitting into that, you're breathing, and you start feeling that, you're like, oh, I'm feeling something. It's like, don't think. Stop doing that. It's like, just feel it. And it's like, that last thought is, wow, it's incredible that I can feel this way. And then the last response is, hey, not everybody can. You should teach them. Don't imagine that everybody can get to that level in that space, but want them all to be there. And so why these stories and stuff, it's like, now we just go over the God story today. I find it fascinating. I love it, right? But it's a long, drawn-out drama. Like Sister said, like, this is confusing. At certain point, it's like, who is what? And at the end of the day, it's like, that's all still to get you to the point to seeing just how powerful you are. They're choosing up on you now. It's like, it works for me. She works for me. He works for me. You know what I mean? And when you want to come to the palace, you know what I mean? Bring some gifts, of course, but you see what I mean? So it gets to a point where you start realizing, hey, I'm the valuable one here because you're the valuable one to yourself. And the only thing that really matters now is how much you're progressing on the journey and what's happening to you. And what happens is that if you can remove yourself then from all the chatter of what other people are going to have go on because they're late. Remember, when we was building the ark, they was outside partying still, up until the closing of the ark. Maybe that's like one of the truthful parts of the scripture, meaning that people are just going to be, they're going to be waiting for the next turnaround. This is like a record. They may not be at the center at the end of the song yet, and we got to give that respect to them. That's the thing. I'm not anymore in that like everybody's got to do this. No. You see that this kind of wisdom and knowledge, it comes like when you're ready for it. Like when your guides, your true ancestors, which are in you, inside of you, say, hey, you know, my son, my daughter needs to know. Take them up one more level. I'm going to show them why you have the affinity. Like the next build is like, even when you have, again, deep voice, right, versus light voice, and how this even governs sometimes where your spirit and your totem is, right? So we can keep penetrating this knowledge, and it becomes useful not only just in the most basic common sense things, but also on the deep levels of spirituality and what happens in our dreams and what else we think that we can achieve. Stops just becoming a thought. It actually becomes something that we manifest and know. So I just wanted to say wholeness and balance vibrations to everyone. It has been real. Like this has been an incredible journey so far. Every time we come into Tribe Vibes, it feels like, you know, something massive is going to happen. Like I'm always, you know, coming in waiting to deliver that, you know, meaning that, you know, it's a bar every single time. But the great thing right now is that I actually have at least half of next build already done because we weren't able to get to it today. But trust that if you wanted to go through all the details that were also skipped over, that you'll have that documentation. And yeah, let's do it. Let's keep going. Let's keep getting stronger and let's stay alive. Like keep it at 1,000 wholeness. If you would like, you can open your mic and express your wholeness. You wish,
Right, wholeness, family.
Wholeness.
Wholeness.
Wholeness family.
Wholeness time.
Wholeness, maximum wholeness.
Wholeness tribe.
Thanks.
Good to be back in the space.
Wholeness.
Much love, y'all. Much love.
Wholeness, Michelle.
Don't speak like that now.
Have a great Sunday, everybody.
Thank you.
What's up?